Order.
It's a Disney. Nashia Hayatia Sahu, Consin Ramassi on the T said that the Massi Nakia the High Southern High Sea said in the Shinka da Doya, Allah, Nazin the Allah died the Sigarilla. Thank you very much. For me, it's an honor to give me the opportunity to do the opening prayer for this session this week and next week. With that, I'll say our Father in my language as we speak. Yathavechi yadaniznachi visitat yehondende Gotaya ke honda dakhalani zide gahat tininde nikai wonde yakane te koi ke dine kisinde te koinde what atata te dadi jege gai di da ko ke tsana di kene ke tsana da gina honele what linche uta gone di otun wala na tie ho deninde Yatha deachi yadaniznachi visitat yehon teninde seki masi cho.
Please be seated. Good afternoon, colleagues. Welcome back to the House. It is great to be here. I'd like to thank Jonas Lafferty for opening today's sitting with a blessing. Thank you. Colleagues, please join me in welcoming all our interpreters back to the House. It is an honor to have them here using our language in this House, both when we speak and when we have our proceedings interpreted. Shows our respect for the language and culture of our people, and we could not do it without our interpreters. We are grateful for your hard work and dedication. Colleagues, please remember to speak slowly and clearly so our interpreters can do their job. Now we can clap. Colleagues, I'd also like to take a moment to briefly talk about our new Interpreter Career Path program. We launched this program since this House last set, and I would like to share a few details for you today before we begin. The Interpreters Career Pathway Program, which we are running as a joint initiative with the GNWT, or the Government of Northwest Territories, will train fluent Indigenous language speakers to become interpreters specializing in legislative proceedings at the Northwest Territories Legislative Assembly. It has been developed to strengthen interpreters' capacity, directly addressing the growing demand for new interpreters as some of our current interpreters approach retirement. Program participants will receive paid training that combines on-the-job experience as well as in-person and online learning throughout the year. Trainees will shadow experienced interpreters in booth during at least 2 Legislative Assembly sessional proceedings and participate in simulated interpretation sessions. The program focuses on advancing language development specifically to our political content, including focused legislative terminology, learning, and skills development related to simultaneous interpretation in the legislative sitting. Throughout the program, participants will develop the skills and confidence to deliver simultaneous interpretation services in the legislative sitting. They will develop the fundamental knowledge and skills necessary to support a career pathway interpreting our proceedings, ensuring residents have continued access to continued proceedings in Indigenous language. I'd like to welcome our first round interpreter career pathway program participants to the Chamber today. Please join me in welcoming, and I apologize to the people if I say your name wrong, Cecile Bonnerouge Denois, Brenda Michael, Angus Mitchell, Bessie Intaluk, Suzanne Quicksulik, Susan Piffery, and Jenny Vandermeer, and John James Gone. Colleagues, the Interpreter's Career Pathing Program isn't our own First of all, we should recognize them and say thank you very much. Colleagues, the Interpretive Career Pathing Program isn't our only exciting program. I'd like to take a moment to celebrate our 22nd Youth Parliament, which took place from April 27th to the 30th. It was a great time. I was impressed by all our participants. Our Youth Parliament program brings together young people from across our territories to learn about consensus government and to speak about the issues that are important to them, their peers, and their communities. Please join me in thanking this year's participants and congratulating them on a job well done. A program like this requires a lot of work and planning, so I also like to thank our staff who delivered this program for our youth. Finally, I'd like to thank the members of the Legislative Assembly who were able to participate. Thank you for making our Youth Parliament's program a success. Many of you volunteered as pages for the model session and met with your youth representatives during the program. Colleagues, I received the following correspondence from the Honourable Commissioner of the Northwest Territories, the Honourable Gerald W. Kassoon. It states, "Dear Mr. Speaker, I wish to advise that I recommend to the Legislative Assembly of the Northwest Territories the passage of Supplementary Appropriation Act Infrastructure Expenditures Number 1, 2026-2027, Supplementary Appropriation Act Operation Expenditures Number 1, 2026-2027 during the May-June sitting of the first session of the 20th Legislative Assembly." Yours truly, Gerald W. Kassoon. Minister statements. Mr. Premier.
Mr. Speaker, as we begin this sitting of the 20th Legislative Assembly, we are entering a period of opportunity like we have never seen before in the Territory. The rest of Canada and countries around the world are looking north for defense, secure supply chains, critical minerals, Arctic research, strategic infrastructure, and reliable partnerships. Increasingly, they are looking to the Northwest Territories. Our responsibility as a government is to ensure those opportunities create lasting benefits for Northerners. That means stronger communities, better infrastructure, good jobs, and new opportunities for the next generation to build their futures here in the Territory. The work ahead requires cooperation across the Territory. No government can build the future alone. Success depends on close and continued collaboration with Indigenous governments, community leaders, businesses, non-governmental organizations, federal partners, and residents. That spirit of working together has long been one of the NWT's greatest strengths. Across the Northwest Territories, residents continue to show determination, resilience, and a deep commitment to one another. Communities are stepping up for each other. Indigenous governments, municipalities, businesses, and residents are working together to solve problems and create opportunities. Mr. Speaker, this government has spoken often about the importance of major infrastructure projects to the future of our territory. Today, we're seeing real progress. In March, the federal government referred the Mackenzie Valley Highway, the Tulsan Hydro expansion, and the Arctic Economic and Security Corridor to the Major Projects Office. That decision marked an important milestone for the NWT and reflected years of advocacy and partnership planning and building. These three projects will connect communities, enable economic growth, and create long-term opportunities for Northerners. Improved transportation corridors, energy infrastructure, airports, and supply chains will strengthen the territory's economy while helping lower the cost of living and doing business in the North. These projects will also create opportunities for skilled tradespeople, Indigenous business, heavy equipment operators, environmental monitors, engineers, and young Northerners preparing to enter the workforce. This progress did not happen overnight. Indigenous governments, community leaders, members of this House, industry partners, and the federal government all played a role in bringing us to this point. Their efforts deserve recognition and thanks. This government is now working closely with the Major Projects Office and federal departments to improve coordination and communication and to identify opportunities that will streamline regulatory processes while maintaining strong environmental oversight and meaningful engagement. At the same time, we are positioning the Northwest Territories within Canada's growing focus on Arctic sovereignty and national defence. The GNWT is working proactively with the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces to ensure territorial priorities are reflected early in planning processes. Defence investments in the North must create lasting benefits for Northerners through jobs, support for local and Indigenous businesses, and infrastructure that strengthens community long after deployments or exercises conclude. This work reinforces Canada's presence in the Arctic while helping to build a stronger and more connected North. Mr. Speaker, this momentum is real, but success is not guaranteed. We have a lot of work before us, and we are doing everything we can to get ready and meet the moment. Major projects require continued collaboration, thoughtful planning, and long-term commitment. Strong partnerships with Indigenous governments, communities, regulators, industry, and the federal government will remain essential as this work moves forward. Mr. Speaker, even more than large-scale projects, residents want to see progress in their home communities and daily lives. The suitability, accessibility, and affordability of housing is one of the priorities of the 20th Legislative Assembly, and housing remains one of the clearest examples of this government delivering visible, on-the-ground results. Since the start of the 20th Assembly, Housing NWT has completed 96 new social housing units across the territory. Another 180 units are currently under construction, and 84 more are in planning and procurement. In total, 360 housing units are planned in 24 communities during the life of this Legislative Assembly. Much of this work focuses on replacing housing units that have reached the end of their serviceable life, meaning they're too expensive to maintain and may be uninhabitable. Targeted investments in repairs and maintenance are also helping protect existing housing stock and extending the life of homes. Nearly all new Housing NWT capital projects are being delivered through modular construction. Many of these homes are prefabricated within the Northwest Territories before being assembled in communities. This approach improves efficiency, reduces construction risks, and supports the delivery of durable and energy-efficient homes designed for northern conditions. The progress being made would not be possible without partnerships. These projects are being delivered alongside Indigenous governments, local housing organizations, community governments, contractors, and federal partners. Housing NWT continues to expand agreements with Indigenous governments across the territory because local involvement is essential to long-term success. These projects are making a real difference for residents. They're helping families access safe and stable housing while reducing pressure on aging infrastructure, and they're improving living conditions in small communities. Mr. Speaker, keeping communities safe remains one of the core responsibilities of this government. As the territory enters wildfire and flood season, preparedness remains top of mind for many Northerners. Over the past year, the GNWT has worked with communities and Indigenous governments to strengthen emergency readiness across the territory. Community wildfire protection plans have been updated, critical infrastructure assessments have been completed, thermal scanning has been used to identify winter holdover fires, emergency planning and coordination efforts have continued to improve. The GNWT has modernized its wildfire program through improved training, updated modeling tools, increased fire-smart investments, with $1.8 million per year committed to the program until the end of the 27-28 fiscal year, and the creation of a new wildland urban interface program that strengthens coordination between community fire departments and wildland firefighters. Emergency Preparedness Week, which took place earlier this month, also serves as an important reminder that preparedness is a shared responsibility. Governments have a critical role, but residents also play an important role by creating emergency plans, preparing emergency kits, and staying informed during emergencies. I want to thank the firefighters, emergency management staff, Indigenous governments, municipalities, volunteers, and community leaders who continue to work tirelessly to protect Northerners. This government is also continuing to strengthen public safety legislation by prioritizing new laws, including the new Trespass to Property Act and the proposed Civil Forfeiture and Safer Communities and Neighborhoods Act to protect property and improve community safety. Mr. Speaker, supporting the well-being of residents means helping people build healthy, stable, and hopeful lives. This government continues to invest in children, families, and workers and communities across the NWT. Earlier this year, the GNWT and the Government of Canada announced the creation of 355 new childcare spaces across the territory, exceeding our original commitment of 300 spaces. These new spaces will support working families, create jobs, and help ensure children have access to safe and licensed care closer to home. This government is also strengthening inclusive schooling across the territory. In April, the GNWT announced an additional $30 million in stable funding to support inclusive education in the 26-27 budget. This investment will help stabilize services and ensure students receive the supports they need to succeed. Economic uncertainty continues to affect some sectors and workers, particularly within the diamond industry. In response, Canada and the GNWT jointly launched the Workforce Tariff Response Initiative. This government will help residents affected by tariffs and global market changes access training, employment supports, and financial assistance as they retrain, upskill, and transition to new opportunities. Mr. Speaker, partnerships remain essential to everything this government hopes to achieve. The Northwest Territories has always been strongest when people work together, and that spirit of collaboration is clearly visible across the territory today. It can be seen in housing partnerships with Indigenous governments, in wildfire preparedness and emergency management efforts, and in major infrastructure planning and economic development initiatives. It can also be seen in the work underway to support community programming in former community learning centers. Engagement with communities and Indigenous governments has already led to 5 subsidized lease agreements that will help ensure these facilities continue serving local residents. This government remains committed to meaningful engagement and shared decision-making because local involvement leads to stronger outcomes for communities. The future of the Northwest Territories cannot be built by government alone. Residents also play a role through volunteering, championing local initiatives, mentoring, building businesses, and continuing to invest their energy and optimism into the North. To the thousands of residents who show up for the Territory every single day, thank you for everything you do to help make the Northwest Territories what it is. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the future of the NWT, we're ultimately talking about the next generation. We're talking about young people growing up in communities across this territory who deserve access to quality education, safe housing, strong infrastructure, meaningful employment, and opportunities to succeed without having to leave the North behind. This government is working to help build that future. We're investing in infrastructure that connects communities and supports economic growth. We're strengthening housing, education, childcare, and workforce development. We are ensuring the Northwest Territories plays an increasingly important role in Canada's Arctic future. The work ahead will not always be easy. Challenges will continue to arise, but the Northwest Territories has never been defined by the obstacles in front of us. This territory is defined by the people who continue to meet those challenges with determination, creativity, and a willingness to work together. Today, there is real reason to feel hopeful about where the NWT is headed. Opportunities are growing, partnerships are strong, momentum is building. Together, we are building a brighter future for the Northwest Territories and for the generations that will follow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Member Minister statements, member statements. Member from Yellowknife South. Or sorry, Yellowknife North. That's the other Yellowknife.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the increased momentum and funding behind major projects such as the Mackenzie Valley Highway and the Arctic Economic Security Corridor, once again, it's easy to paint the regulatory system as the bad guy, the thing standing in the way of our big plans and our future prosperity. First, I want to point out that the regulatory system is often used as a convenient scapegoat when project delays are actually due to other factors such as uncertain financing. But I do think there is legitimate frustration with the regulatory system in how it often forces industry or proponents to spend money on the minutiae while seeming helpless to protect the big picture things that we really care about. We're missing the forest because we're too busy counting the trees. We're busy helping individual caribou cross a road, but somehow haven't managed to prevent the Bathurst herd from plummeting from 186,000 animals to 3,600 animals in only 20 years of diamond mine operations. When the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act was first designed and passed back in 1998, it was cutting edge in Canada because it established ways to manage cumulative impacts, that bigger picture, like allowing for strategic regional environmental assessments. But this promise, I would argue, has never been fulfilled. I understand that for the first few years there was a need to gather more information, build up monitoring, but now it's been almost 30 years, and it's time to get serious about using that accumulated information and wisdom, both traditional knowledge and science-based, to manage projects differently. The whole point of these nation-building projects is to catalyze larger-scale mining and oil and gas development across entire regions. No one project would be the death of an entire caribou herd, for example, but if you keep adding more and more and more disturbances, at some point it's too much and a population could collapse. So it's our job to know where those tipping points are and to stop before the point of no return. While some industry and infrastructure proponents will likely be upset at the idea of hard limits, the idea that some projects or routes might get a no, there are benefits. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Member from Yellowknife North is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Hearing no nays, you may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the benefit in the approach that I'm proposing is in proponents knowing the rules well ahead of project planning and the potential to take away some of the regulatory burden that forces proponents to monitor the millions of minutiae towards actions that would protect the most important big picture values like caribou herd survival. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Member statement, member from Range Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est un plaisir d'être de retour pour une nouvelle séance législative. Nous commentons continuer de s'inquiéter pour l'économie, la santé et la sécurité publique, des enjeux que nous surveillons depuis longtemps, mais pour lesquels nous n'avons toujours pas vu suffisamment d'action de la part des leaders territoriaux. Maintenant, alors qu'un investissement massif de plusieurs milliards de dollars du gouvernement fédéral doit arriver au cours des prochaines années, nous devons diriger nos efforts vers la préparation à cette occasion générationnelle. Ne vous y trompez pas, Monsieur le Président, nous sommes loin d'être prêts, mais j'y reviendrai plus tard. Pour l'instant, nous devons nous tourner vers des préoccupations économiques plus immédiates.
Mr. Speaker, last year my colleagues issued a red alert on mining in the NWT, warning that 30% of our economy and the jobs, revenues, and royalties that support our communities were at risk. We knew closures were only a matter of time, and now that time has come. Earlier this month, despite a $175 million federal loan and $60 million in emergency financing,
Arctic Canadian Diamond Company and its parent Burgundy Diamond Mines entered creditor protection, a last resort after exhausting their cash reserves. The move follows a collapse in the diamond market driven by lab-grown diamonds, weak consumer demand in Asia, and U.S. tariffs on India, which left Ekati with a $120 million net loss and pushed the already heavily indebted companies carrying roughly $655 million in liabilities into crisis. Creditor protection halted collections, leaving suppliers, contractors, and Indigenous development corporations exposed to $63 million in unsecured debt, and the territorial government, our own government, owed over just about $10 million in taxes and fees. Northern workers and businesses are struggling to understand how, even after the Government of Canada committed to a staggering $235 million bailout to support Ekati, that jobs have disappeared and nobody can be paid what they are owed. A bailout can be justified, Mr. Speaker, if it sustains the northern economy, but I draw the line when taxpayer support leaves northerners and their businesses holding the bag while workers are left behind. In moments like this, we need leadership. The federal government has stepped in to support our mines. Now the territory has to step in and support our people. Mr. Speaker, this government's absence of leadership on this file has strapped northerners onto a resource roller coaster, and we are plunging with no end in sight. My constituents have a clear message for this Premier, Mr. Speaker. Get us off this dangerous ride so we can stand on solid ground again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Member statement. Member from Nunavut Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to address a grave concern affecting our community of Inuvik. I am speaking, Mr. Speaker, of the recent cuts to the French immersion program and the layoff of 13 teachers. In a community of just 3,300 people, losing 13 educators is not just a statistic, it represents a substantial loss, support of our students, families, and the broader community. Mr. Speaker, the invaluable contributions of our teachers extend beyond academics. They are coaches, mentors, and active members of our community, serving on various nonprofit boards and helping to shape the very fabric of Inuvik. Their presence is integral, not just in the classrooms, but in the lives of our children and families. I have received an outpouring of concern from parents whose children have benefited tremendously from the support of these educators. I have heard firsthand the anxieties expressed by students, worried about what their future of schooling will look like without the essential guidance they have come to rely on, whether transitioning from a French immersion setting to a different learning environment or having to succeed without teachers' assistance. Both pose significant challenges and uncertainties for these students. Mr. Speaker, we cannot turn a blind eye to the implications of these cuts. We must hold ourselves accountable and ask the tough questions. How do we ensure that every child in our community has access to quality education that respects their linguistic and cultural heritage? Our government has received, Mr. Speaker, over $40 million in funding from the federal government aimed at ensuring we provide Francophone options. This funding underscores our commitment to education, yet we find ourselves at a crossroads where our French immersion program is being dismantled. The decisions on how our curriculum is developed rest, Mr. Speaker, with the district education authorities, yet we must ask ourselves, how did we arrive at this point? The French immersion program has a long-standing history in Inuvik, existing long before Jordan's Principle funding came into play. To assert that Jordan's Principle funding cuts are solely responsible for these layoffs is an oversimplification that disregards the complexities at hand. Mr. Speaker, the parents in my community, the teaching staff in my community, and most importantly, the students in my community are looking for answers. Answers and solutions, Mr. Speaker, answers that to date I have not been given. As a military community, and Inuvik has been a military community for many years, and we expect, again, it to grow with the investment coming from DND. We know that 1/4 of Canada's military is Francophone. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, member from Nunavut Lake. Member from Nunavut Lake seeking unanimous consent to conclude his statement. Hearing no nays, you may conclude your statement.
Only if you do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To say that the closure of the French immersion is a step in the wrong direction is certainly an understatement, Mr. Speaker. It's time to prioritize our students, invest in our teachers, and uphold the values of inclusivity and diversity in education that our community stands for. We must do better for the future of our children and for the future of Inuvik. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Nunavut Lake. Member statements. Member from the Sawtoo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome back, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address what can only be described as a historic NWT milestone. The Prime Minister of Canada on March the 12th came to Yellowknife and announced NWT priority projects referral to the Major Projects Office in Calgary. More specifically to the Sawtoo, Mr. Speaker, is the Mackenzie Valley Highway. Mr. Speaker, additional news of this milestone was we will start building the highway this summer. A moment of construction we were waiting for decades for, Mr. Speaker. However, failure of leadership on renewal or extension of the only allowable permit is a setback. Last November, Mr. Speaker, the land use permit to construct the remaining half of the 13-kilometer Prohibition Creek access road expired. Mr. Speaker, the economic imperative on project transition is critical to efficient project management. Permitting is definitely mandatory, essential. This allows project execution. One element in building a disposable economy. The Prime Minister's announcement was 77 days ago. We need to put more words into action. Mr. Speaker, this project is estimated at $6 billion. The right-of-way, Wrigley to Inuvik, 800 kilometers, of which, Mr. Speaker, 70% is within the Sawtoo region. You can do your math on the expense. 70%, Mr. Speaker, the Sawtoo is not a footnote in this project. We are the backbone of it. Without Sawtoo, stakeholders' readiness, land access, maximum security benefits create uncertainty and prevails. But readiness, real readiness, both modern treaty holders require more than slogans and press releases. It requires the government of the Northwest Territories to recognize and respect both comprehensive land claim agreements, Section 35, duty to consult. Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, member from the Sawtoo. The member from the Sawtoo seeking unanimous consent to conclude his statement. Any nays? Hearing no nays, you may conclude your statement.
Thank you, colleagues. Both comprehensive land claim agreements, Section 35, duty to consult, SSI, GTC, PKFN are waiting. Mr. Speaker, the people of the Sawtoo have been let down, and expired permit and empty talk about readiness do not inspire confidence. They only stir frustration and distrust. I'll have questions to the appropriate minister. Thank you.
Member from the Sawtoo. Member statement. Member from the Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker, and welcome back to everybody. Mr. Speaker, the Decho region is facing a growing mental health crisis. In our communities, many people are living with the impacts of addictions and violence, often rooted in deep trauma. Without proper mental health support, that harm can spread through families and place heavy strain on the home. In some cases, it leads to family breakdown or child apprehension, criminal activity. As those pressures build, the effects are felt across the wider community, creating safety concerns and contributing to increased crime. Over time, these harms can become a cycle, and the longer it goes unaddressed, the harder the cycle is to break. Mr. Speaker, this is not about blaming our people. It is about recognizing that those who are struggling need consistent support, and those who are vulnerable need protection. Families deserve peaceful homes, elders deserve to live without fear, and our youth need hope for the future. This government has made safer communities a priority, but safety cannot depend on enforcement alone. The RCMP teachers nurses, and frontline workers are often left responding after the damage has already been done. That is not prevention. That is a reaction. Real prevention means early intervention and effective programs grounded in culture and connection. Mr. Speaker, our people have the knowledge and strength to guide this work, but local leadership needs the resources and flexibility to build solutions that reflect Techo community realities. The GNWT must move beyond one-size-fits-all approaches and work directly with Techo leadership to develop local mental health and healing strategies. When communities are trusted and supported to lead, healing can begin. I will have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services at the appropriate time. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from the Deschutes. Member statement. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome back. Mr. Speaker, one of my favorite sayings, one that I try to live my life by, is be kind because everyone you meet is fighting a hard battle. The unseen struggles that we all deal with weigh heavy on each of us, and by us, I mean every person you meet. With that in mind, one of the things I'm most grateful in my life is that I've been able to access therapeutic supports for my mental health in modalities that work for me. At my lowest, I've had people hold me up and connect me with professionals that could help me add adaptive tools that I needed to get through the battle a bit better. Mr. Speaker, I know my battles are small in scale compared to those that some residents in this territory face every day. I'm privileged to always have had a roof over my head, a warm place to sleep at night. When I talk to street-involved people, they are, by and large, trying their hardest to be kind in our community because their battles are extreme. Mr. Speaker, if we truly want our territory to succeed and if the rising tide of federal investment is going to raise all ships, we must ensure that we are also raising Northerners with the least and those who are fighting the hardest battles. Incoming D&D and infrastructure federal investment must be balanced with social services spending. I'm thankful that the Premier spoke to this directly at my constituency meeting last week and his statement today. He heard from my constituents that federal dollars are top of mind. Jordan's principal funding and job training initiatives to meet these investments were two hot topics. The Premier noted at the constituency meeting that the federal government does not fully realize the scope of social need in our territory. I'm also grateful that the last week's Council of Leaders communique aligns with what my constituents see here and happening in Yellowknife too. Mr. Speaker, I've previously spoken to the actions within the government's business plans on our priority of addressing the effects of trauma. Those actions are framed in Cabinet's mandate that they will, quote, prevent, interrupt, and address the effects of trauma, end quote. Those actions were created well before federal announcements earlier this year. These actions are not meaningless, but do seem very small in the face of our lived reality and with the opportunities we have before us now. Mr. Speaker, we can't have a prosperous territory for residents without having a healthier, healing territory, first and foremost. It's only appropriate then that the head of government should advocate tirelessly for the NWT's extreme need for its social priorities. I'll have questions through the Premier later today. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Great Slave. Member statements. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Residents in my constituency are witnessing a trouble and steady rise in illegal activity within their communities. Increasingly, these activities are occurring openly in broad daylight in full view of community members. The consequences are serious and far-reaching, negatively affecting the well-being of residents, undermining public safety and placing our children at significant risk. Mr. Speaker, the issue I'm referring to is the illegal sale and distribution of drugs and alcohol operating out of our public housing units in our communities. Residents are observing public housing units being used as hubs for the unlawful sale of drugs and alcohol on near constant basis, often without visible consequences. This activity has grown over time and now threatens the safety, stability, and social fabric of our communities. Mr. Speaker, while local authorities and housing associations are making efforts to address and limit these activities, it is increasingly clear that existing measures are not sufficient. These illegal operations can no longer be tolerated. In many ways, we have allowed this behavior to become normalized and embedded in everyday community life. Mr. Speaker, it is understood that mechanisms currently exist to respond to these situations. However, these mechanisms are limited, complex, and too often fail to deliver timely and effective outcomes. The current housing policy and legal processes required to address illegal activities within housing units can be lengthy, layered, and burdensome. In many cases, these delays provide opportunities for drug dealers and bootleggers to alter their behavior, relocate to another housing unit, or simply wait until enforcement detention subsides. This reality is deeply concerning. Community members are left feeling frustrated and vulnerable while dangerous activities continue unchecked. Mr. Speaker, the residents have the right to safe homes, healthy communities where families and children can live, grow, and prosper without the threat and harm caused by the sale of illegal drugs and bootleg alcohol. I will have questions for the appropriate minister at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Mackenzie Delta. Member statement, member from Mophie.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, di nawu wikegotasi sahi hazila na tsadehi tita wagati gutsaka nuchala akunutla kwagiti hunter. Mr. Speaker, the discovery of elevated lead levels in school drinking water has left many with unanswered questions. The government's response has focused on flushing protocols and remediation. These measures address future risks, but they do not address the past. Former students and staff deserve to know what years of exposure could mean for their long-term health. The drinking water results from Chief Jimmy Bruno School and Chief Jimmy Bruno residents showed lead levels far above Health Canada guidelines. Multiple fixtures tested at nearly 20 times the guideline. One fixture in the residence building tested at approximately 22 times the guideline after setting overnight, and remain at 12 times the guideline during regular daytime use. Mr. Speaker, until 2006, that building housed students from across the Klitschko region. Some were young mothers living with their children. House parents and residence manager lived there as well. For many years, this was not short-term exposure, but months and sometimes years of relying on that water every day. By 2006, Chief Jimmy Bruno School was already 35 years old. Today, schools far younger are recording lead exceedances. The possibility that lead was present while this residence building housed students and families cannot be ignored. Mr. Speaker, this issue does not only concern current and future students, it also concerns former students and staff who lived there and trusted that the water they use every day was safe. What is needed now is transparency, not only about the safety of water today, but about the risks that may have existed for years. Mr. Speaker, I will have a question for the Minister of Health and Social Services. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Mophie. Member statements, member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Somehow it feels like it's been a long time since we were last in the House, even though our last sitting was less than 2 months ago. And I think it may be due to just how much has changed in the short time between March and now. As we all know, the federal government recently announced a huge suite of investments in our territory, which completely shifted the narrative from what are we going to do about the circumstances facing our territory to how are we going to do it. For me, the most important question is what I've already been asking and advocating for since becoming an MLA. How can we maximize benefits of investments and development in the territory for our residents? Mr. Speaker, the territory has been in this position before. 30 years ago, a huge wave of development swept over the territory with the diamond boom. It brought a lot of benefits with it, but as I have repeatedly noted, a lot of the potential benefits flew right over our heads. As we have recently seen, also, the difficulty with having such an undiversified economy is that if one commodity is hit with challenges, we can quickly end up in serious trouble. I am fearful that all this time later, these circumstances could repeat themselves again if we do not take action to learn from the past and make changes. We need to ensure contracts for large projects are issued in such a way as to ensure northern businesses can directly benefit from opportunities and can plan and grow as necessary to rise to the challenge. We need to strengthen the Heritage Fund Act to ensure future resource revenues are better captured and invested. We need workforce development plans and goals in place to maximize local employment for large projects. In particular, Mr. Speaker, I remain concerned about the pace of transition of Aurora College to a polytechnic university. The Polytechnic continues to stand out as the natural anchor for workforce development planning. We need to work closely with and fund Aurora College appropriately to finish the transition and get out into the communities and start preparing people for what's coming. Let's change the narrative this time and ensure we are preparing our territory to maximize benefits from outside investment and ensure that development is something we are fundamentally a part of, not just something that happens to us. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, we need to continue our efforts to diversify our economy and lift ourselves out of the boom and bust cycle. That's how we develop this territory right and ensure that we learn from the mistakes of the past. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Frame Lake. Member statements. Member from Yonley Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin with a simple question to the House. Raise your hands if anyone likes the idea of higher fuel prices. I didn't think so. I didn't think I'd see a one, Mr. Speaker. Yet today, that's exactly what our people are faced with. They're forced to live with these prices as they skyrocket upwards. It's a burden felt at every single kitchen table, every small business, and let me tell you, when they're facing the pumps, it doesn't matter if you live in a Yellowknife, the Sawtooth, or even in the Mackenzie Delta. Everyone is feeling the pinch of the pump price, Mr. Speaker. Now, just under a month ago, the federal government took action. What did they do? Well, there was a nationwide announcement that they'd have a fuel tax holiday of 10 cents per litre off gasoline and 4 cents off diesel. For families, now, Mr. Speaker, trying to stretch that dollar, that is real relief, Mr. Speaker, and it's been welcome relief seeing what's going on. So across Canada, we're seeing other leaders take action, whether it's the Premier of Manitoba or Ontario. Doesn't matter about your politics. They care about their people, and they're showing it. Mr. Speaker, it's time we look and step up. That's what the people are asking for. There's an uncomfortable truth, unfortunately, because this government isn't doing anything. So let's start with first, what are they doing? Nothing. Second of all, with respect to this, the hands have been tied. So while our residents look for leadership of this government and not see it, I'm saying we need to look within ourselves to find how do we unlock legislation that has been in place since 1997 that has frozen our tax rates on gasoline. Mr. Speaker, I think about that. Nearly 30 years ago, almost a generation ago, wrote a law that stuck our gas prices into an act, and we just can't change it. If the times like this, where we're facing a modern crisis of affordability, and yet we can't do anything. Mr. Speaker, those rates are trapped in rigid legislation. We need to reflect and ask ourselves, how do we get them into nimble regulations? As families are facing these challenges, whether you're a truck driver going down the Mackenzie Valley Highway someday, or maybe you're just a family trying to get by buying groceries here in Yellowknife, we're all facing these challenges of crisis. The seed of opportunity here, Mr. Speaker, is this government could do something. It could pivot very quick. It could move that locked-in gas fuel tax rate into regulations, and we could be helping people. Mr. Speaker, as my time dwindles away, I'll have questions for the minister during oral question period. Thank you.
Member from Yonley Centre. Member statements. Colleagues, it's been my practice in the past. I will present the member statement on behalf of the Nahendi Youth Parliamentarian, Ms. Raphael Joseph. She spoke about the inadequacy she experienced firsthand as an immigrant wanting to work in Canada. To give you some background, she's an immigrant from Australia and United Kingdom. Her family and her moved from England to Canada so her mom could take up a teaching position in Fort Simpson. Since then, She has been building their lives here in the Northwest Territories, adjusting to the completely new community, climate, and way of life. I am currently in Canada on a student visa and have been living here for almost 2 years. In that time, I've gone to school here, made new friends, and tried to become part of my community, which will also still being aware that my status is temporary. Right now, my family and I are working towards becoming permanent residents so that we continue to contribute to Canada's long-term and full settled here. As I stated, I have a student visa. This only allows me to go to school and let me travel within Canada, as well as visit my extended family in Australia and United Kingdom. I feel grateful to have been given the opportunity, a chance to live here in Canada, but also very happy to be able to live here in the Northwest Territories. I've made great friends and experienced some new things in NWT, like snowboarding, speed skating, taken part in Super Soccer, Cager, and many more experiences. I've experienced struggles, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to getting a job in Canada, specifically in my community of Fort Simpson. In regional areas such as Fort Simpson, there are opportunities to work at the local store. I'm willing and able to work, and I cannot due to the restrictions placed on my visa. This made me feel limited compared to my classmates who can apply for a job, gain experience, and earn their own money. I want to be independent, start building their skills early, but the rules don't give me that opportunity. Financially, it can be difficult. Even though I live with my parents, there are personal expenses like clothes and activities that I wish to help pay for. Not being able to work means I have to rely entirely on my family. The restrictions doesn't just affect my ability to earn money, it affects my independence and my sense of belonging. I want to change, to contribute, learn, and grow like any other student. But right now, the opportunity feels out of reach. One big improvement would be clearer and more flexible work rules for young students. Allowing part-time work, like a set number of hours per week during the school year, would make a huge difference. It would let students gain experience, earn their own money, and feel more independent, just like their Canadian classmates. Another thing that would help is better communication on the rules. A lot of students and even employees don't fully understand that student or study permits holders are allowed to do. If the government provides simpler, student-friendly explanations, employees might be more willing to hire them instead of avoiding this situation altogether. Fairness matters. High school students on student visas often live with their family, following the same rules and go to the same schools as Canadian students. Giving them similar opportunities to work part-time would help them feel included and give the real-world skills that benefit them and the community long-term. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Mr. Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I have a return to oral question 1071-20(1), asked by the member for Yellowknife Centre on February 24, 2026, regarding the cost of living. The Government of the Northwest Territories takes a comprehensive approach to address cost of living challenges while maintaining fiscal stability. Our approach combines immediate financial relief measures with strategic infrastructure investments and intergovernmental advocacy, which allows us to address both acute cost pressures and underlying structural factors, while recognizing the diverse needs of different regions and communities across the territory. Measures include changes to income security programs, emergency evacuation funding, and measures to lower energy costs for residents. Later today, at the appropriate time, I will table a document titled Additional Information for Return to Oral Question 1071-20(1), Cost of Living, that gives a comprehensive list and details of the extensive actions that the government has taken to support residents with the cost of living. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Returns to oral questions. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I have a return to oral question asked by the member for Yellowknife Centre on March 6, 2026 regarding the cemetery legislation. The GNWT works with Indigenous communities and the federal government to identify and document residential school burial locations and there are special provisions for the protection of burial sites in the Archaeological Sites Regulations administered by the Department of Education, Culture and Employment. The Sahtu Dene and Métis Comprehensive Land Claim Agreement, Gwich'in Comprehensive Land Claim Agreement, and Pleacho Agreement all address the protection of burial sites as well as other specific responsibilities on those lands. Municipal governments in the Northwest Territories may exercise their general bylaw making powers to establish and operate cemeteries within their municipal boundaries under the Cities, Towns and Villages Act, the Hamlets Act, the Charter Communities Act, or the Pleacho Community Government Act. These acts are administered by the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs. Cemetery legislation varies across jurisdictions in Canada, but generally supports community involvement in the care and maintenance of cemeteries and provides consumer protections related to assessing cemetery services for individuals and their loved ones. In the NWT, consumer protection matters currently fall within the scope of the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs under the Consumer Protection Act. The GNWT is not contemplating the development of cemetery legislation at this late stage in the mandate of the 20th Legislative Assembly. Indigenous communities and others with questions relating to the operation of cemeteries may raise these matters with their local municipality. Matters relating to the protection of on-the-land burial sites should be brought to the Department of Education, Culture and Employment. Such discussions may assist in identifying issues that could be considered in future legislative initiatives if warranted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Justice. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Colleagues, I'd like to recognize 4 young ladies from Radium Hot Springs, BC. Jane Power, Cynthia Ibach, Catherine Locke, and Clara Reinhardt. Welcome to our chambers. Recognition visitors in the gallery. Member from Nunavut Boot Lake.
We smile. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize Dana Hemming. Dana is a former resident of Inuvik and longtime family friend. Her and her husband Dan lived in Inuvik for several years and welcomed their 3 children there. Dana is currently a parole officer for Corrections Canada based in Edmonton and is in Yellowknife lending a hand to the office here. So welcome, Dana. Nice to see her in the convention room.
Recognition visitors in the gallery. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
First off, I want to recognize Mr. Speaker, Kaina Garcon. She is my summer student this year. She's actually a returning person helping me at my constituency office. She's in the gallery today, and it's a great pleasure to have her back this year again. She's been doing fantastic working with me. And furthermore, I always like to recognize one of our interpreters, Ms. Sarah Cleary. She's so kind and wonderful, and she provides services to us at the Assembly, and I'm always grateful when I see her. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Recognition visitors in the gallery. Member from the Sahtu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize today here Ms. Jenny Vandermeer McPherson. Welcome to the Assembly. My seat. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member from the Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'd like to recognize one of the career path, interpreter career path trainees, my sister Cecile Denua Bonjour. She's in the, Cecile Denua, she's in the gallery, as well as Mary Jane Kazan, our interpreter for the Decho. Thank you.
Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member from the Nutbutt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize Susan Pepper. Susan is a longtime colleague of mine, and it's nice to see that she's participating in the internship program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome, Susan.
Thank you. Recognition visitors in the gallery. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize Mr. John Gon, who I think is in the interpreters program as well and is a resident of Frame Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Frame Lake. Recognition of visitors in gallery. Member from Mophie.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Dunlitz John Gunn, Tatsatina, Yahageturat, Gohe Agalada, Wishidik, it a massy defo, John Gunn, Egotso, the Atati, Hutigoga, Quehe, Zungun, Guts, no game the massits in one, Jonas Lafferty, Maro Sundberg, it's a great massy.
Thank you, member from Oakville. Recognition of visitors in gallery. Recognition of visitors in gallery. If we missed anyone in the gallery today, welcome to your chambers. We greatly appreciate you giving us the honor of representing you and the people of Northwest Territories. It is always nice to see people in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Yonge Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My member statement today was really talking about the fact that Ottawa isn't going to save us. We have to save us from ourselves. And we need to help Northerners with the cost of fuel and cost of living. And Mr. Speaker, noting that the cost of fuel tax rate has been locked into legislation since 1997, is the minister aware of this, and is there anything she can do about the challenge that other folks are rising to, which is giving fuel tax holidays to their residents? Thank you.
Thank you, member from the Yonge Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've been watching this closely. Obviously saw that Canada did institute a fuel tax holiday. Very few, if any, of the other provinces or territories are actioning that. And Mr. Speaker, the reason is, at least from our end, when we did some quick math in terms of what an average gas tank impact would be, under $10, which is certainly does add up. Nonetheless, the impacts on the other side to the revenue that the government would receive is in the order of $15 million. We already pay significant impacts as a result of fuel, and will continue to pay those impacts, and as a result of which are also paying higher subsidies. So, for instance, on territorial power support programs, for example, or seniors' home heating for their fuel costs. And so at this time, Mr. Speaker, with that, trying to figure out that balance, we want to ensure that we have the fiscal capacity to maintain programs and services for residents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Finance. Oral questions. Member from Yonge Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure where the minister got their $10. I'm not going to say that math is bad. That's the Department of Finance. Their math hopefully is good. But I can tell you that my gas up on my small vehicle went up almost $40. So I'm not sure where they got since the price jump. Mr. Speaker, is there anything the minister can do to move this out of legislation into regulation so we can pivot if that becomes the policy discussion of the day to help meet this challenge? Thank you.
Member from Yonge Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are not right now considering moving or changing where the gas tax resides. It's in, and what I was speaking to earlier is just the change from if we were to start to remove all of our gas taxes. So, as I say, that change is not being contemplated at this time. Thank you.
Minister of Finance. Final supplementary. Member from Yonge Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, frustrated constituents corner me at the gas station and say this government can give millions of dollars away to diamond companies that are closing. Why can't they help me with the direct support? Mr. Speaker, what can the Minister of Finance do to help people who are watching millions of dollars leave the territory when they feel they need something to help them get by? Thank you.
Member from Yonge Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a few different issues that seem to be coming out there, but Mr. Speaker, I'll confine this to speaking about what could be done with respect to gas taxes or gas rates. Mr. Speaker, I don't have any control over the Strait of Hormuz. I have no control over the war in Iran, and I am unable to reduce gas prices at this present time. We do control gas taxes, but again, that impact is actually fairly small in comparison to the real impacts that we are all facing and that the government is facing from an increase in rising prices of gas. We are working to ensure that there's an increase in good jobs, more good jobs coming, more opportunities coming, so that people can continue to have good-paying jobs here in the Northwest Territories to mitigate the costs and the volatility that is existing in the world at this time. Thank you.
Minister of Finance. Oral questions. Member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a similar topic, the $63 million in unsecured debt. that the Burgundy and ACDC mining group owes Northern Suppliers Contractors and Indigenous Development Corps is unsecured, meaning no one can collect on it until the rest of the financial restructuring is done. That means Northerners and Northern companies are holding the bag. So how is the Minister of Finance working to support those companies? We've already seen the federal government step in and spend an extraordinary amount of money. So what are we doing to ensure that that $63 million is paid to Northerners as they deserve? Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a CCAA proceeding is a legal proceeding. We are attending at that proceeding, and we are a party there as a GNWT. Certainly would want to ensure that anyone that is a company that is also has the opportunity to attend at those proceedings. But Mr. Speaker, at some point, that legal proceeding I'm somewhat limited to speak to. More broadly, though, Mr. Speaker, there's so much activity happening at this point in time with respect to EC&E's efforts on the workforce development front and and ITI's efforts in terms of supports for businesses. And as well, of course, the question seems to be a little bit difficult in that I'm not quite sure if we want to support the mineral industry or don't want to support the mineral industry, but to try to ensure that there was some stability for the industry, some stability for this company. Certainly the federal government decided to issue a loan. That was on their decision to do so, but it certainly gave a fair bit of time for companies to be managing their affairs, to be getting paid, and to be having a bit more of a runway before we are at the stage we're at now. Thank you.
Minister of Finance, member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, to be clear, I support the mining industry. I think we all should be supporting the mining industry. It's not their fault this happened. It's global market conditions. But what has happened is they owe Northerners a lot of money. So if the legal proceedings are not the avenue to do that, then what avenue does our government have? What tools do we have to support the businesses that are owed this? We've already seen 90 jobs leave Hay River and other parts of the Northwest Territories. We're going to see more if this money's not paid. So what are we going to do? Thank you.
Member from Rangeley, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a fairly large breadth of things that need to happen and that are happening. Everything from starting, Mr. Speaker, with respect to worker training programs that are happening for individuals who have been employed at the mines. Fortunately, because of the planned closure for Diavik, that system was already well developed when Burgundy found itself in CCAA. Those pathways have been promoted widely through ITI and EC&E, and certainly happy to make sure that that information gets out to residents. Beyond that, Mr. Speaker, we're working to ensure that that companies and development corporations and communities are ready for the opportunities that we're now seeing. $11 billion coming in for Department of Defense. 3 projects that have been around forever, all referred into the Major Projects Office. That's out of the 17 across this country, 3 here in the Northwest Territories. And we're going to work with businesses and development corporations to make sure they can take advantage of them and be ready to maximize their opportunities. Thank you.
Minister of Finance. Final supplementary. Member for Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not talking about the Acadie workers. I'm talking about the businesses that are owed this money, where the unsecured debt is. So I don't have the same access to the federal government that the minister has. It seems like the answer is going to be go to Ottawa anyway. So will the minister speak to her federal counterparts and tell them to pay this bill? Because someone's got to it at the end of the day. Because if it goes sideways and that money isn't paid out, then we are going to, these northern companies that have done the work, that have employees that need to be paid to put food on the table, they're not getting what they're owed. And someone has to pay that bill. And if it's not this government, then it should be Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Rangeley. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the diamond markets the diamond markets have been struggling now for some time since COVID, not rebounding as they were expected to. During the course of probably about a year ago, Mr. Speaker, it would have been a very sudden and extreme shock were Acadie to have gone immediately into bankruptcy. And Mr. Speaker, we had been speaking to Ottawa at that time. Ottawa did step in. They have tried to support a restructuring and provided a significant loan. It is a loan. It's certainly not by any means going to be a bailout. It's a loan that bought a significant amount of time. A number of companies that had contacted us and development corporations have had that time now to re-examine their own arrangements, their own workforce arrangements, their own engagements with the mine. And now the situation, while we are in a CCAA, is not good news. It is a much more orderly proceeding. We're at that proceeding, businesses are at that proceeding, and the federal government is there And once again, we did speak to and engage with the federal government. They have stepped in to ensure that this could be a sales process, which once again buys a bit more time, allows the process to be more orderly, be more planned, and for all parties, including the businesses, to have an opportunity to see if there's opportunities for them through this process. Thank you.
Thank you, member from, or Minister of Finance. Oral questions. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we cannot be fully prepared in accessing opportunities for all residents of the NWT without helping some residents heal. Can the Premier tell me what counselling options on the land or otherwise does he discuss as needed and urgent with his Indigenous government counterparts at the Council of Leaders and bilateral meetings? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Great Slave. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm lucky to have a strong team around me, so it's the Minister of Health who has those discussions at the Council of Leaders and the bilateral meetings. That being said, what the member is talking about is it's a constant topic of discussion. I've said before that I think trauma is the biggest issue that our territory faces. What's the point of having economic opportunities if people aren't in a place where they can go take advantage of them? So I fully agree with it from that sense. At the Council of Leaders, there is a Health and Social Services Working Group at the officials level, which works among all of the Indigenous governments who are involved, as well as the Government of the Northwest Territories, to look at those different options that would suit Indigenous governments, and that helps inform our advocacy efforts in Ottawa, as well as our own policies. In the last federal budget, there was an announcement of a Northern and Arctic Health Assessment, which the federal government is looking across the North at what services are provided, what can they do to enhance services, reduce the need for medical travel, make sure services are closer to home. And we convened a meeting of the Council of Leaders maybe a couple months ago maybe now, and we had the federal officials in front of us, and feedback was provided by the Council of Leaders to them. We always discuss the Mental Wellness and Addiction Recovery Fund, which is a very flexible fund that Indigenous governments and communities can access. Jordan's Principle, that's always a topic of discussion. And of course, when, at the Council of Leaders and bilaterals, we do joint federal engagement. So it's not just us going to Ottawa, it's much more powerful when it's us and our partners discussing these things. I'll stop there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Premier, member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with that in mind, then, can the Premier explain if and how he advocates for investment and wellness, investment into wellness and healing when speaking to tables where the major projects and investments from the military are on the table, insofar as for us to have the full benefits for everyone in the territory? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Give member from Great Slave. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I do combine those two the same way that the member is saying, without having a healthy population who can take advantage of opportunities. What's the point of having opportunities? And so when I meet with the Prime Minister, I raise that very issue. I talk about the trauma in the territory, the great potential that we have in the territory, and our need to ensure residents can take advantage of that potential. So this is something we discussed at the Western Premiers Conference as well. So in a lot of my federal engagement, my engagement with other jurisdictions, this is also a topic of discussion, and I make a close connection between those two things, the infrastructure development and the mental wellness. Thank you.
Supplementary, member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope those discussions can turn into actions in short order. Mr. Speaker, last week, the Yukon government and Canada announced up to $100 million in funding to the Yukon Housing Corporation, who will then distribute $93 million to build up 500 new homes. I know the Premier spoke to 360 homes being developed in this Assembly. Can he elaborate if the NWT is anticipating to see any matching federal dollar announcements to start to address the continued crucial needs for our housing, especially for those who are underhoused and inadequately housed? Thank you.
We're from Great Slave. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Nunavut has seen a large injection of federal dollars towards social housing. The member just referenced a contribution to the government of Yukon. So that's 2 of the 3 territories, 1 more territory left. And so yes, I fully expect that we're going to see some housing money. And I hope to be standing next to the Minister of Housing when she makes that announcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Oral questions. Member from the Sawtooth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My follow-up to my statement is to my questions to the Minister of Strategic Infrastructure there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My first question is the Prohibition Creek Access Road permit being applied for this summer's half project 7-kilometer procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from the South to Minister responsible for strategic infrastructure, energy and supply chain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, we are proceeding to have a secured land use permit and water license application for Phase 2. I'd also note, Mr. Speaker, that we have a funding request in through the Arctic Infrastructure Fund that went to Canada already last month or earlier this month. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would expect that the full project would move to procurement thereafter, but those first 2 steps have already been taken. Thank you.
Minister responsible for strategic infrastructure, energy and supply chain. Member from the Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for that response. My next question on a permit that exists here till this November, and that's the DHU1 quarry permit at the Great Bear Rock area. Is that project, is that permit going to be executed and tendered out for the permit allowance for drilling and blasting and stockpiling the material for the Bear River Bridge this winter? Thank you.
From the Satu, Minister responsible for strategic infrastructure, energy and supply chain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, members correct that this is currently a permitted quarry, but beyond that, Mr. Speaker, what we have done is put in, again, on invitation, a request for funding for the Great Bear River Bridge to come back as a full project. Once we have that funding, we'll be proceeding with the planning phases on that project. The design and planning now are a few years old. With that in hand, we'd be in a better position to go back, and it may be that we'd be renewing the permit and then proceeding to get it fully ready for production. But to do so in advance, Mr. Speaker, we'd be putting it out of sync in terms of wanting to make sure we have the planning and design done and updated on the Great Bear River Bridge prior to proceeding with the rock quarry permit. But so again, Mr. Speaker, it is permitted for now. I acknowledge that, but we would have to simply bring that back. And I would not anticipate any difficulty in that regard. We are doing a lot of work right now to make sure that Mackenzie Valley Highway actually has a speedy and thorough and smooth procurement, permitting process for its entirety, including this project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for strategic infrastructure, energy and supply chain. Final supplementary, member from the Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for that information and response from the Minister here. That leads me to the structural Great Bear River Bridge that once was designed and procured in 2006. So if the design was completed at that time, it's similar in location, the color is the same. So given those specs here that do exist, when is this government going to apply for the land use permit and water permits necessary for that structural bridge? Thank you.
From the Satu, Minister responsible for strategic infrastructure, energy and supply chain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we do have the land use permit and water license applications drafted and ready to roll for the Great Bear River Bridge. As I mentioned, we've put the application in on invitation through the Arctic Infrastructure Fund, which would be a significant boost of funding to be able to get some of that work going, to bring it back up to speed. It's several years old now. It does need to come back up and make sure we have a cost estimate that is well advanced, not Class D or Class 4, but bring it up so that it's well advanced, and we know exactly the cost. We can then move forward with a plan to move out and to get to construction. But we do need to be at that point where we have that initial funding to get to the construction estimate and then at that point move forward. But that is exactly the work that's happening now. And as the member said, Mr. Speaker, we have the design, we have a base design, we have a land use permit, we have a water license. They're historic, they need to be reviewed, they need to be updated, but that's much faster than starting from scratch. Thank you.
Minister responsible for strategic infrastructure, energy and supply chain. Oral questions. Oral questions, member from Nunavut Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. As I said in my member statement, Mr. Speaker, there is much anxiety amongst the parents and students in my community right now, given the recent announcements. So my first question is fairly simple, Mr. Speaker. My community wants answers. The parents and students want answers that can only be given by the authority in charge of education in this territory, Mr. Speaker. My question is simple. What do I tell my constituents we are doing as a government to resolve this issue? Thank you.
From Nunavut Lake, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by reiterating to the member that I'm absolutely deeply committed to ensuring that NWT students have access to quality education, and that includes education in our official languages. Mr. Speaker, I understand and acknowledge the plight of both students, families, teachers across this territory, that the needs of students have changed over the course of the last decade dramatically. And for that reason, we are taking action to stabilize the education system. While these changes certainly are made at the local level, we do have a role to play here at Education, Culture and Employment and at the Government of the Northwest Territories, and we are taking action to help stabilize our education system in the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Education, Culture and Employment. Member from Nunavut Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So apart from telling my constituents that we're taking action, I understand that, and I understand that the Minister is well aware of what's happening across the territory and that she's certainly passionate about education in this territory. But what I want is, what is that action going to be, Mr. Speaker? Is that action going to be in the form of a supplemental appropriation that we can actually approve during this sitting, if we like, to ensure that French immersion is indeed still in Nunavik, where it's certainly been there for many, many years? So what specific action am I going to go back to my constituents and say, this is what this government is going to do to ensure that we don't lose 1/4 of our teachers in a community of 3,300 people, Mr. Speaker?
Lake. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In short, the answer is yes. There is a supplemental appropriation coming forward specifically for inclusive schooling in the life of this sitting. That supplemental appropriation for inclusive schooling does account for the fact that there are more demands on our school boards and on our education systems. What we do know from the Beaufort Delta District Education Council is they considered things like enrollment, staffing, sustainability of programs, and also community interests. There are a lot more demands on our school boards across this territory for programming, and that's causing them to have to make very difficult decisions. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Final supplementary. Member from Nunavut Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, and I appreciate that there's a supplemental appropriation coming, but again, the answer I'm looking for is, will that supplemental appropriation either through, I don't know if it's going to be through a ministerial directive or if it's going to be, is that supplemental appropriation going to ensure that the French immersion continues in Nunavik and it doesn't get cut as was announced last month? Thank you.
Member from Nunavut Lake. Member from Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the Education Act, no, I do not have the authority to direct a district education council to have a specific school program like French immersion that they deliver within their schools. So while we set the curriculum, the actual programming that is delivered, that decision is made at the local level. Thank you.
Culture and Employment. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to my member's statement, when someone is allocated a unit, they sign a tenancy rental agreement, and one of the clauses is on evictions if they're engaging in any illegal activities within the housing unit. What is the minister? Can the minister outline what steps her department, in collaboration with the local housing authority, are taking to reduce and prevent illegal activity in public housing units across the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Mackenzie Delta, Minister responsible for Housing NWT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this is something that Housing NWT and our territories facing over the last number of years is the rise in illegal activities across the north, specifically in public housing units. But I will tell you this, I don't have much patience for illegal activities in public housing units, and I encourage the local housing organizations to proceed with any type of rental office order and termination notice for leases and evictions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Housing and NWT, member for Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's really good news to hear some implementation on some of these policies. How does the minister measure the effectiveness of current responses to illegal activities in public housing, and does she believe those measures are producing meaningful results? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mackenzie Delta, minister responsible for Housing and NWT.
Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, this is again a community issue, a territory-wide issue, and it's something that Housing NWT and our local housing organizations are facing on a daily basis. So the effectiveness is within the community itself. It's working with the staff, it's working with the tenants, it's working with the organizations, and it's working with leadership. We all have to be speaking the same language, especially in a community when we're facing immense illegal activity. We're facing public housing units where tenants are, harboring drug dealers, and this is really concerning, especially the effects of trauma and the effects with children across the north. So it's something, again, that I work with the local housing organizations and Housing NWT to encourage them, to counsel them, to provide them supports, because they're the ones working with the tenants on a daily basis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Responsible for Housing and NWT. Final supplementary, member for Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Education and these implementation of these policies is important, and working with the local leadership, working with the housing authorities to ensure that everybody is aware that these measures may be impacting themselves and their families. A lot of them have small children, but they're killing our own people. So what assurances can the minister provide to residents who feel unsafe and believe illegal activity in public housing has become normalized in our communities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Mackenzie Delta. Minister responsible for Housing and NWT.
Speaker, this is not normal, and that's the message that everybody needs to lend across the north, that this is not normal, and people need to be vocalize their concerns to the local housing, to leadership, to community council, to the RCMP. They need to be vocal, and we can't stay silent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Housing and NWT. Oral questions. Oral questions, member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Mr. Speaker, there remain a number of milestones for the Polytechnic transition which are behind schedule. Can the Minister detail for the House how she is working with the board to get the college back on track? I know we have some new board members. I'm sure they're excited to meet with the Minister. Thank you.
Member from Frame Lake, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We do have some new board members. I very much look forward to getting to sit down and meet with them shortly here. In addition, Mr. Speaker, imminently we expect to be receiving the review back from the external reviewers who've provided their evaluation and submitted it to the CAQC out of Alberta. We expect to hear their formal recommendation any day now, and that will give us an idea of what needs to be done for Aurora College to continue to pursue its journey to becoming a polytechnic and through accreditation. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, I continue to work very closely with the board chairperson, including advocating for additional funding through federal resources and third-party funding as well. Thank you.
Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the Minister perfectly segued into my next question. Mr. Speaker, I was going to ask, is she seeking funding for campus infrastructure? I know that we need campus upgrades, there's housing upgrades that are needed, from the Build Canada Strong Fund for our communities to help build up the college and help prepare it for the expansion that will come with the transition. Thank you.
From Frame Lake, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, I am working very closely with the college based on their prioritized direction of what infrastructure they would like to pursue for both third-party funding and federal funding as well. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Final supplementary, member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure all of us are very excited to hear about the fruits that come from that advocacy, Mr. Speaker. Thirdly, has the board identified any needs which aren't currently being met to deliver programming, complete the transition, or prepare for the workforce buildup that we're going to need with the major projects announcements? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Framley, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this role, I can confidently say I have never spoken to any organization who has said, don't give us any more money. Certainly there is always ways for institutions, especially educational institutions, and especially at opportunities right now, to find different ways to pursue funding and to pursue opportunity. And certainly we're at a time where we're going to have to be very strategic, we're going to have to be very purposeful in our choices, and we're going to have to make sure that we're prioritizing both, education and investment that Northerners are looking for and Northerners need, because we're going to need full classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Oral questions. Oral questions, a member from the Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Minister of Health and Social Services. Can the Minister identify what resources are available to support Decho community governments in delivering prevention-focused mental health and addiction supports? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, the Mental Wellness and Addiction Recovery Fund prioritizes Indigenous governments and supports the delivery of community-based mental wellness and addiction recovery programs that meet the unique needs of respected communities. There's the Community Suicide Prevention Fund that the communities can apply on. And I just want to highlight that the Decho First Nation has a multi-year agreement from 2025 to 2027, and that they are accessing annual funding for mental health and wellness programs for the Decho First Nations. The Kaagi First Nation has also an application under review under the Community Suicide Prevention Fund for this year, and the Chief Sunrise Education Center and KFN has a signed agreement under the suicide prevention for their community this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Health and Social Services, member from Decho.
Merci for that. Can the Minister explain how the GNWT is improving access to mental health and addiction supports for resident and Decho communities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sure. Minister of Education or Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the department is committed to ensuring people can access a variety of flexible mental health and substance use support based on the unique challenges, needs, available supports. The GNWT provides counseling, GNWT mental health counseling. We now provide detox and facility-based, we provide detox, and we also provide facility-based addiction treatments. People who want to access facility-based addiction treatments, they can access the mental health supports within their community. We have psychiatric care, we have land and culturally based healing that we provide funding for to Indigenous governments. And I just want to highlight that many of our Indigenous governments is the fund that we created, we used to have on the land, and we had different pots of funding, and we amalgamated them from recommendations from the Indigenous governments so that they could access those and to be able to have multi-year funding. So when they were creating and hiring staff and program supports in their communities that were structured for their communities, that they could gear that. So I can share that again with the members. There's multiple virtual supports for those who want to access virtual supports, and many other supports that, and I can share the online information as well to the members so they have that in their offices. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from the Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister commit to working directly with Decho community governments and provide information, provide information to the communities on preventative measures for mental health and health healing strategies? Will the minister commit to working directly with Decho community governments and Indigenous leadership to develop community-led mental health and healing strategies? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from the Decho, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, the Department of Health and Social Services, and the authorities, and we have the Decho Health Authority. We're very committed to being able to work with Indigenous partners, and I know that we most recently had these conversations at the Council of Leaders, and we do have the Council of Leaders Health Working Group, and we've kind of directed their executives and staff from within the department sit on that executive working group what we're doing right now is we have mapped out what we know that of services for mental health and addictions in the Northwest Territories, but we want to work with their executives to see where they might have, because they have direct funding that are from the feds. So we want to know what's all available in the Northwest Territories right now, because what we need to do is we're all trying to fill areas in different regions. However, we don't know what everybody's doing, and I want to be able, I'm not going to tell Indigenous communities how they need to run mental wellness programs and what's best for their programs, but I want to be able to work with them to establish a strategic plan so we're all working together for residents in Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have questions for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change in follow-up to my statement today. So the 2025 environmental audit provided a number of recommendations on how to improve cumulative impact monitoring and management. I appreciate that it is the Land and Water Boards in most cases and not the GNWT that is tasked with ultimately approving or denying projects, but the boards can only make good decisions if they're provided with clear input based on science and TK, and there are clear wildlife management and land use plans, all of which the GNWT has a critical role in. So, first question, how is the GNWT acting on Environmental Audit Recommendation 2-4 in particular? So this is to direct more resources from cumulative impact monitoring towards providing the kinds of predictions and scenarios and risk analysis that would support better decision making. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Yellowknife North, Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Cumulative Impact Assessment Program is a key part of environmental assessment in the Northwest Territories. And certainly the work that's done in that area is very important and really informs development all across the North, and certainly with all of the economic opportunities that we have certainly sitting in front of us right now. So what the department has done is we have focused on our collaborative effort along with the Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Boards, and focusing our program resources to more information sharing and working together toward developing some tools, and as the discussions go along, hopefully a pilot project that will be able to implement some of that collaborative work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do look forward to hearing more specific things about those tools as they get developed. I wanted to ask about the cumulative land disturbance framework, and so that is mentioned in the Bathurst Caribou Range Plan in particular, and it's supposed to set limits on human activity. Can the minister clarify, would that mean that, for example, a new all-weather road would be prohibited through a zone that was deemed high risk in this kind of land disturbance framework? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North, Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're currently working on some policy documents that will help to guide, all-weather roads through caribou habitat. So this work is ongoing. Currently, there's no defined route for the Arctic Energy Security Corridor, so very hard to answer specifically until a route is developed. But certainly, the Bathurst and all of the caribou in the Northwest Territories are top of mind, and we are certainly looking at all of the potential impacts and how we can mitigate those along by working with our Indigenous partners all across the North. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Environment, Climate Change. Final supplementary, member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I wonder if the minister can clarify the current status of the Strategic Regional Environmental Assessment for the Slave Geological Province that was initiated in early 2023. One of the tools I mentioned in my statement that's in our Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so that project was initiated in 2023, as the member has indicated. It never did get off the ground in a meaningful way. So the budget and the resources that were assigned to the project have now been reassigned to individual Indigenous governments to address and work on areas of concern directly related to the Arctic Energy and Security Corridor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Oral questions. Member from Wolfley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, government always does what they think is best, is in the best interest of the Indigenous. Mr. Speaker, lead in school water is a serious concern. Research indicates no amount of lead is safer for children. Even low-level lead can cause permanent neurological damage. With that in mind, Mr. Speaker, can the minister provide clear information to former students and staff, especially those who lived or work in the residence, about the potential long-term health effects of exposure to elevated lead levels at Chief Jimmy Bruno School? Thank you.
Member from Wolfley, which minister? Okay, thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that when this first came out that there was a lot of information, and I would have to go back to gather that information. I think it was a combination between ECC sharing that information and as they were the lead of this. So what I will do is I'll go back and get that information and share that with the member. I'll also say that parents who have concerns about their children's potential exposure from lead, or any employee that can be concerned with an exposure, that they would need to contact their local health provider and state that, and then they can have a health assessment with that. And based on that health assessment, they may request lead testing, but they do have, employees should consult their employer because they do have occupational health guidelines to follow up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Social Services, member from Wolfley.
Mr. Speaker, what I would like that department to do is contact these people. Will the minister commit to working with the Minister of ECE to identify and directly contact former resident students and staff who may have been affected by this exposure? Thank you.
From Wolfley, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is something that I will have to take back and have a conversation with ECC. As myself, I don't know who works in the schools. I don't know who's in these schools. And as why there was public information that went out over the last few months since the very first lead that was detected. So if public has concerns, if they attend any of these schools that has said that there's exposure and they have concerns, to reach out to, they can reach out to 811 and they can reach out to the health provider within their community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary, member from Wolfley.
Speaker, GNWT has all the information of all the staff and the students that went to school in the Northwest Territories. They do have all the information. So will the minister consider providing targeted health screening, follow-up, and appropriate supports for former residents and staff who may have been exposed to elevated lead levels for extended period of time. Thank you.
Member for Mophie. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, that's pretty much everybody that's lived in this Northwest Territories their entire life. And I guess, if you're having concerns, and if they're, if you look at the online, and and if you, where like the member said, the highest risk is for young children, and so what we know is that over the course of the life of the way that the Canadian standards are, and I know that Dr. Condola did a public, when we did that public presentation and to committee and answered questions, that the levels changed, and there are some communities and schools that up until the levels changed wouldn't have met, but we have one of the highest thresholds in Canada of where we measure lead than any other country, which is not a bad thing. But what we need to know, we need to make sure is that if there's concerns around this, it's up to the people. I can't force. It's like any other thing. I can't go out and tell everybody. What we do is we do public service announcements when it's a large population, and they are free to go in and access free health care in their health center, access their physician, call 811 if they have concerns, and they will be assessed by that. And if they need testing, we've done, in the Northwest Territories, I know there was some testing done and random testing through the population over the years, and lead levels were not identified in that. So that shows that, that it's not showing up. So I'm just going to say that we do it by public service announcements, and it's up to the public to be able to attend the free health care we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member for Mjolnir Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to return to the Minister of Finance to just further drill down about the affordability issues of the fuel tax. And I think most of us are here to improve the lives of Northerners and certainly help them in the crisis of affordability. Mr. Speaker, would the minister be willing to bring forward emergency legislative amendments to address this gas tax problem, where the gas tax numbers are calculated in legislation? And to be clear, Mr. Speaker, I'd be willing to sit a couple extra days. I'd be willing to come back later in June or even July to get something like this passed. So if we're not fighting for Northerners, I'm not sure who. So would the minister be willing to bring forward emergency amendments to the fuel tax? Thank you.
From Mjolnir Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, that at this point in time, that's not something that's under consideration. And again, the reason for that, Mr. Speaker, isn't because fuel taxes aren't a dire situation for every resident, arguably for just about everybody in the world, I would suggest. Certainly people in the north are feeling it significantly. We pay a lot for gas already. We are very dependent on fuel. Mr. Speaker, the long-term and even short-term and medium-term is to reduce our reliance and dependence on fuel, on diesel, on gas, by improving our connections in terms of transportation, by reducing our reliance on diesel and energy, and ensuring that we have programs and services to support residents until we get there. And so, Mr. Speaker, that is the approach that we are taking. It's a similar approach, as I understand a lot of my provincial and territorial colleagues are also taking, and it's the one we will stay with. Thank you.
Minister of Finance. Member from Mjolnir Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think the minister misses the issue. This is an issue in the pocketbooks of everyone, and she can, telegraph great philosophy, but the truth is it's about affordability to the moms, dads, everybody living here going to work. Mr. Speaker, if the minister refuses to bring forward emergency amendments, there's another option. The minister could provide rebates to Northerners and come up with a system. We did it during the wildfires. We could come up with a system. We have very smart people who can figure out what a fair and balanced way to do this. Mr. Speaker, could the minister do that, and would she do that?
The member from Mjolnir Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, the impact to residents individually from the gas taxes is not going to mitigate the cost and the situation that we're all facing with almost $2 a litre of gas at the pumps, let alone the cost of fuel on heat, let alone the impacts on our utilities. The situation that this country is facing right now is an economic war, Mr. Speaker, and what we would be taking away in terms of the revenues to the GNWT from removing the gas tax or of trying to spin up a quick relief program. Mr. Speaker, the relief program on the wildfires received a lot of challenges because it was spun up quite quickly. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, we're about to go into wildfire season, and it is unknown as of yet just what those costs would be. And so, Mr. Speaker, we will continue the path that we are on of ensuring that we are trying to provide training for folks who need it, access to good jobs, a pathway to diversification of the economy, a pathway to increases in all of those things. Mr. Speaker, but for the time being, reducing gas taxes or trying to figure out a way to fix a situation that is so much bigger than us by taking away the little bit of funding that we have as a territorial government. That's not the pathway that we're on right now, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Minister of Finance. Final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I wish I had friends who thought that money didn't matter, Mr. Speaker. I wish I had a job that paid that much, that nobody complained that it didn't hurt their pocketbooks. Mr. Speaker, everywhere I go, I speak to somebody. I was in Hay River 2 weeks ago. They complained about it. Fort Providence. So, Mr. Speaker, if Wab Kinew can do this, if Doug Ford can do this, why can't the minister be creative and help the everyday Northerner rather than stand here today and shout out philosophies that won't help the everyday people today? Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's very unlikely that any member of the Legislative Assembly or any elected leader is not hearing about affordability and not hearing about the cost of gas and the impacts it's having on everyday people, on businesses, and on community governments. And Mr. Speaker, the GNWT has a responsibility to ensure that we continue to provide programs and services, including emergency programs and services, even in the course of this crisis. It's an economic war right now. There is a gas price crisis, affordability crisis. It's affecting communities, it's affecting residents, it's affecting businesses. Mr. Speaker, the little amount of flexibility that we have within our fiscal environment means that we must make evidence-based decisions, we need to make thoughtful decisions, and we need to make sure that we keep the programs and services, including the relief programs, including the subsidy programs, and maintain the fiscal capacity to see those through. For now, Mr. Speaker, that's what we're doing. It's the approach most provinces and territories are using. That doesn't mean we don't keep monitoring. We will continue to keep monitoring it, Mr. Speaker, and adapt if we need to. Thank you.
Minister of Finance. Colleagues, remember, do not use people's names, positions, titles. We need to focus on. Please and thank you. Oral questions. Member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I spoke earlier, there's a $63 million bill that's come due. Many northern businesses are struggling with that loss of revenue. Will the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment provide zero-interest loans to NWT businesses who are impacted by the CADI creditor protection to secure their cash flows, which will prevent further layoffs until there is a resolution of these court proceedings? Thank you.
Hear, hear.
From Rangeley, Minister of ITI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would have to speak with Prosper NWT to see if any businesses have contacted them to ask them specifically for that. That is our lending arm as we do that work through Prosper NWT, and I'd be happy to reach out to them to find out if they've had outreach from the business community. Thank you.
ITI. Member from Rangeley.
Thank you. Well, that's good due diligence, but I think it'd be better if we just announced we were going to do it and invited businesses to apply. So I'll ask again, will the Minister direct Prosper NWT to announce those loans are available, to provide those loans, to make the cash available to those communities? Because if we don't, I fear we will have more job losses in our communities, and not just here in Yellowknife, but across the territory. And every job loss in a regional centre or a small community is worth 10 or more in the capital. So we need to stop this before it gets worse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Rangeley. Minister of ITI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to ensure that the supports we're providing to business is responsive to what businesses are looking for. So certainly, like I said to the member, I would definitely want to follow up with Prosper to find out if they have had outreach from the business community. And then part of the work that we're doing right now is actually talking to the business community about what it is that they're looking for. And that's not just in Yellowknife, Mr. Speaker, that's outside of Yellowknife as well, and making sure that we're being responsive. One of the things that we're hearing from businesses right now is they want the ability to upscale if need be, so to take out loans, yes, those still exist, and then to be able to retrain workers. And we've recently secured $1.5 million extra from the federal government to beef up our workforce development programs, because we definitely believe that making sure that Northerners participate in this work is incredibly important.
Yeah, final supplementary, member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understand that we have to think of the future, and we are planning for the future. We've got a lot of work to do there. I agree with that side of the House on this. But what I'm talking about is this immediate problem. So the minister surely has heard concerns from the business community, from the Aurora Group, I'm sure, from others. I'm speculating here. But can she report to the House those conversations she's had with businesses impacted by this creditor freeze and how she is responding to them? Thank you.
Member from Range Lake, Minister Vaitier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the conversations that I'm hearing most from the business community are we need to make sure that we have opportunities in front of us tomorrow. We need to make sure that we have opportunities in front of us that get us to the other side of the river. We need that suspension bridge between diamond mining and building roads and building D&D infrastructure. That is the primary concern I'm hearing from the business community. So making sure that we're being transparent about our own procurement opportunities from the GNWT and people are aware of them regionally is incredibly important, but also making sure that we have information to the business community about other opportunities that we know that are coming up as well in the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Minister Vaitier. Oral questions. Oral questions, member from Inuvik-Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following up on my line of questioning for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment around education in Inuvik, I mentioned in my member statement the little over 40 million, I think around 41 that we received for Francophone funding from the federal government. Can the minister kind of give an outlay of what that funding is used for, and if any of that funding is earmarked for French immersion programs in communities such as Inuvik? Thank you.
Member from Inuvik-Boot Lake, Minister ECE.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't have a breakdown based on per education body. I know that there's about $1.8 million that are going to all education bodies specifically for French second language programming. While we provide those dollars, there aren't rules as to what exact model that funding has to follow. It doesn't necessarily have to be French language, or sorry, French immersion programming. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Member from Inuvik-Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's a little confusing. And I understand part of the conversation here is that the minister can't direct, the minister can't intervene with what the local education authorities are doing. However, we are the Department of Education. We are the Minister of Education, not the Minister of, let's get a board to do this. Mr. Speaker, so my question is, maybe it's time that we take a look at the legislation around how the acts are administered around the education bodies, and is the minister willing to have that conversation? Thank you.
From Inuvik-Boot Lake, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this work is already underway. It has definitely been a very eye-opening experience to become the Minister of Education and the minister ultimately responsible for the education system, but we have a very decentralized system in the Northwest Territories. What I'm certainly learning from my colleagues in this House is they want to be able to hold me accountable for things that aren't always within my authority. And so this is definitely a very live conversation and definitely things that I would recommend that all residents of the Territory participate in this review when it comes to their community and speak with their MLA, because governance will certainly be a hot topic and certainly be a part of the complete modernization of our Education Act in the Territory. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Final supplementary. Member from Inuvik-Boot Lake.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And I understand that the decisions being made, that we're expecting that the minister are going to wear those decisions. That's why we're elected. And I also understand that there is certainly a decentralization of happening with education bodies. But so okay, the work is underway. Can the minister commit to when that we expect to see that review done, and any timelines around having that work done, so we can certainly have a look at that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Inuvik-Boot Lake, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this will be the first piece of social legislation that the Government of the Northwest Territories does in collaboration with Indigenous governments. And so certainly the GNWT is not the only participant at the table in this piece of legislation. So on one hand, we need to make sure that it's responsive and we're getting it done, but also need to make sure that we are providing appropriate time for our partners to participate in the modernization of this legislation. I would love the opportunity to be able to sit with the Standing Committee on Social Development and go over this should they request a briefing. Thank you.
Education, Culture, Employment. Oral questions. Member from Frame Lake.
Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of ITI. Mr. Speaker, I know the Minister announced a new Assistant Deputy Minister of Economic Development recently. Can the Minister help us understand how this position will relate to workforce development and planning? Thank you.
Member from Frame Lake. Minister, ITI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, certainly I would love to be able to, hire and pick deputy ministers, but that was definitely the Premier that announced that. The role of this Associate Deputy Minister is to strengthen cross-government coordination, improve alignment of economic priorities, and ensure a more strategic and unified approach to long-term economic development. Found within that, and between the lines, is certainly workforce readiness, Mr. Speaker. Some of the first core things we're going to see come out of this new position is an economic strategy that will be worked on for the next year, because it will be done in collaboration with Northerners, and investment strategies that are going to be tied to some metrics, some KPIs. There's going to be ongoing and evolving policy pieces, because we know that we are going to have road bumps along the way and we need to get rid of them. And Mr. Speaker, of course, there is business and workforce readiness that is a priority of mine, and that includes bringing together, and they're already working together, education, culture and employment, industry, tourism, investment, as well as Prosper NWT and the role of this new Associate Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Minister of ITI. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is the Department of ITI developing or changing plans or strategies for workforce development in light of new major projects announcements? Thank you.
Frame Lake. Minister of ITI.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a time where we need to be incredibly purposeful with our actions. We need to make sure that we're supporting the business community to partake in these opportunities that are coming our way. And it's not only industry, tourism, and investment. Like I said, education, culture, and employment plays a massive role. We need to make sure that training is available to Northerners where they call home. Mr. Speaker, we also need to make sure that Prosper NWT is involved in that, because like the questions from the member for Range Lake, we need to make sure that we're listening to the business community and aligning them with both the business supports, both as far as financial resources, but also business training that they need. There's going to be such an incredible shift and such a massive surge in this territory that we need to make sure that the workforce and our businesses are prepared to take place, or to take part. Thank you.
Minister of ITI. Final supplementary. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how is the department engaging with major projects and adjusting policy, legislation, or requirements for contracting to ensure our northern businesses will benefit from the wave of development that's coming? Thank you.
From Frame Lake. Minister of ITI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in short, the person who fills this role is a very welcoming person, easy to talk to, easy to work with, great relationships across the board within the government and also externally. And so we get to know what is needed, Mr. Speaker, by having these conversations and forming a plan and forming a strategy and making sure that that strategy is actionable and that we're adhering to it. This Assembly, the MLAs have brought forward to me examples of very effective pieces of strategies from the past, and so definitely learning from lessons learned from the past and also successes of the past to make sure that we're moving forward collaboratively and that we are working with Northerners to get there. There's been a lot of conversation that's already occurred, and not just from the departments that I am responsible for, but also in collaboration with my fellow colleagues that sit over at this table, because we know that getting prepared is going to require every single minister over here, from housing to health to infrastructure. It's going to be all hands on deck and everybody working in the same direction. Thank you.
Member from Minister Vaitier. Oral questions. Oral questions. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 7.27, I have received follow-up information for the following oral questions from the first session of the 20th Legislative Assembly. Oral question 924, 929, 935, 969, 971, 972. Oral question 1003, 1012, 1015, 1020, 1093. Oral question 1109, 1110. Oral question 1115, 116, 1119, 1138, 1150, 1155, 1158, 1165, 1166, 1168, and 1192. These follow-ups will be printed in full in today's Hansard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Oral questions. Oral questions. Written questions. Written questions. Colleagues, recognizing the time and we need to give our translator a break, we'll have a quick break. Thank you. And there's reception in the Great Hall. Returns or written questions? Returns to written questions. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a return to written question 32-20(1) asked by the member for Range Lake on February 24th, 2026 regarding medical travel costs, budget pressures, and travel volumes. Mr. Speaker, I also have a return to written question 33-20(1) asked by the member for Range Lake on February 24th, 2026 regarding medical travel delays and coordination. Mr. Speaker, I have a return to written question 34-20(1) asked by the member for Yellowknife Centre on February 24th, 2026 regarding medical travel escort policies, eligibility, and appeals. Mr. Speaker, I have a return to written question 35-20(1) asked by the member for Yellowknife Centre on March 6, 2026 regarding the cost of living. Mr. Speaker, I have a return to written question 36-20(1) asked by the member for Yellowknife Centre on March 6, 2026 regarding the senior envoy. And Mr. Speaker, I have a return to written question 37-20(1) asked by the member for Yellowknife Centre on March 6, 2026 regarding the Mackenzie Valley fibre optic line. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports on committee on the review of bills. Reports on committee on the review of bills. Reports on standing and special committees. Member from Range Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Your Standing Committee on Public Accounts is pleased to provide its report on the review of the 2024-25 Public Accounts Number 2, Community Government Infrastructure Funding Arrangements, and commends it to the House. Following its first report on the 2024-25 Public Accounts, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts Committee has had additional questions and invited the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, MACA, to provide a public technical briefing on community government infrastructure funding and support on April 27, 2026. MACA manages a $282 million community infrastructure funding portfolio that combines annual funding streams with long-term federal programs to support projects across all NWT communities. The committee examined whether funding structures and supports ensure equitable access, value for money, timely delivery, and transparent reporting. MACA has introduced training and a new asset management system to support capital planning, but low uptake suggests gaps in training, follow-up, and ongoing support, particularly in communities facing staff turnover and limited local capacity. Committee emphasized that effective delivery depends on accessible, relationship-based training and concluded that a standardized regional approach with consistent in-community support is needed and makes the following two recommendations to the Government of the Northwest Territories. Recommendation 1. The committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories implement a circuit-style training and support program that delivers regular on-site expertise to communities, supports local staff in their responsibilities, and builds long-term institutional capacity, including a train-the-trainer component to ensure knowledge is retained locally despite staff turnover. Recommendation 2, the committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories increase community participation in the asset management system through ongoing training and a staged rollout approach with communities that opt in beginning participation within the life of the 20th Legislative Assembly. MACA identified that project delays are often caused by factors outside its control, including shifting community priorities, contractor shortages, and logistical challenges. Despite this, committee found that persistent capacity gaps within community governments and uneven access to departmental support contribute to delays, and concluded that stronger regionally based support is essential to improve project delivery. As such, committee recommends recommendation number 3. The committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories fill regional capital planning and infrastructure support positions with qualified individuals based in the regions they serve, in order to ensure consistent support for community governments and to address long-standing regional vacancies. Committee's report highlights prior recommendations to strengthen community capacity through dedicated funding and technical supports, noting that increasing infrastructure demands place a disproportionate burden on smaller governments. While recognizing both the potential and risks of emergent artificial intelligence tools to reduce administrative workload, committee stressed the need for clear governance and concluded that stronger oversight and direction are required to support responsible adoption, therefore recommending the following. Recommendation 4. The committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories take an early adopter and structured approach to the use of emergent artificial intelligence as part of its community infrastructure support model, including developing a policy, rules, training, and safeguards for its use through the Office of the Chief Information Officer. Committee found that MACA has improved how major federal infrastructure programs are budgeted and reported by aligning spending with realistic project timelines and moving them into the capital estimates, addressing past concerns about apparent year-end variances. Committee considers these changes a meaningful improvement to transparency and will continue to monitor whether the new approach is applied consistently and clearly communicated. Finally, committee noted the significant reliance on grants, contributions, and transfer payments in delivering GNWT programs, particularly within MACA, where these mechanisms account for the majority of spending and are central to achieving departmental objectives. Drawing on findings from a comparable federal audit, committee raised concerns about governance, efficiency, and value for money, and concluded that a similar review in the GNWT context would help assess whether current structures effectively support outcomes for recipients. Subsequently, the committee recommends Recommendation 5. The committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories undertake a comprehensive internal audit of grants, contributions, and other transfer payment mechanisms across the government, including the policies and guidelines that govern them through the Internal Audit Bureau within the Office of the Comptroller General to assess governance, efficiency, and value for money, and to identify opportunities to reduce administrative burden, strengthen oversight, and enhance the timely and effective delivery of funding to recipients. Committee looks forward to the government's response on the implementation of these recommendations and further recommends Recommendation 6. The committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories provide a response to this report within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Range Lake. Member from Range Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Nunavut, that the remainder of Committee Report 14-20(1) Standing Committee on Public Accounts report on the review of the 2024-25 Public Accounts Number 2 Community Government Infrastructure Funding Arrangements be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstain? Motion passed. Member for Range Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Nunavut, that Committee Report 41-20(1), Standing Committee on Public Accounts report on the review of the 2024-25 Public Accounts Number 2 Community Government Infrastructure Funding Arrangements be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member from Range Lake. To the motion. Sorry, the motion is in order. To the question. Motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion passed. Member from Range Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Nunavut, that pursuant to Rule 9.5(5)(a), the Government of the Northwest Territories table a comprehensive response to this report, including all recommendations, within 120 days or at the earliest opportunity subsequent to the passage of 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Range Lake. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion carried. Reports on standing and special committees. Reports and standing special committees. Tabling the documents. Mr. Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following two documents. Additional information for return to oral question 1071-20 brackets 1 cost of living, and additional information for follow-up to oral question 1150-20 brackets 1 review of intergovernmental agreement on land and resources management 7-year review. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tabling the documents. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to table the following document, additional information for follow-up to oral question 1116, 20 brackets 1, infrastructure apprenticeship positions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To Minister of Infrastructure. Tabling the documents. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following four documents. Additional information for written question 3220 brackets 1 medical travel costs, budget pressures and travel volumes. Additional information for written questions 33-20 brackets 1 medical travel delays and coordination. Additional information for written question 34-20 brackets 1 medical travel escort policy eligibility and appeals. And additional information for follow-up to oral question 1020-20 brackets 1, or sorry, 1012-20 brackets 1, access to magnetic resonance imaging. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Tabling documents. Tabling the documents. Notice of motion. Notice of motion. Motion. Member from Yonge Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, I have two motions today. I'll begin with one, of course, and do the other one once the first one's concluded. Mr. Speaker, whereas the Northwest Territories continues to experience serious and evolving criminal activity, including violent offenses and the growing presence of southern-based criminal gangs posing a serious threat to the safety and well-being of residents, and whereas their connected challenges of addictions, limited youth programs, and gaps within the justice system require a coordinated whole-of-government response rather than isolated departmental efforts. And whereas community leaders and residents across communities throughout the Northwest Territories have expressed an urgent need for strengthened local policing, better regulations of private security services, and accessible in-territory recovery resources. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the member for Range Lake, that the Legislative Assembly calls upon the Government of the Northwest Territories to develop a comprehensive whole-of-government crime reduction strategy. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories ensure the strategy implement proactive supports for Northern youth, including engaged after-school programs, mentorship opportunities, and culturally grounded land-based healing initiatives to prevent crime and addictions. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories work with policing partners, including the RCMP, to increase community policing capacity in all Northwest Territories communities to strengthen relationships between residents and law enforcement. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories advocate to the federal government for improvements to bail provisions to enhance community safety, particularly in cases involving violent or repeat offenders. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories ensure the strategy expand in-territory addiction treatment options, including the establishment of at least one permanent residential addictions treatment facility, and support for regional culturally grounded healing programs. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories introduce legislation to license and regulate private security companies, including mandatory training, standards of conduct, and public safety-focused oversight mechanisms to ensure the safety of both security personnel and the public. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories create a dedicated funding stream to support public safety and community policing initiatives at the municipal level, to support municipal public safety initiatives, including community patrols, bylaw enforcement, crime prevention programs, and other identified priorities. And furthermore, that the government of the Northwest Territories ensure the overall crime reduction strategy be fully costed, time-bound, and measurable, including clear milestones, publicly reported metrics, and annually reporting to ensure accountability to the residents of the Northwest Territories. And furthermore, that the government of the Northwest Territories respond to this motion in 128 days. Or sorry, yeah, 120 days.
Range Lake, or Yellowknife Center. The motion is ordered. To the motion, member from Yellowknife Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today because this motion is very important. It strikes at the very heart of how we govern. The issue really before us is how are we supporting and treating our people? And I think that we need to move forward and recognize the consequences of inaction, because we find ourselves in a crossroads, not just in the history of governance, but also in the very story of our communities. It is a story that has been long defined by resilience, by the quiet strength of people who know what it means to look out for one another in the face of the vast and often unforgiving landscape. But today, if we are honest with ourselves, that story is being tested. The North we love and the communities we raised our families, our children in, with the comfort of unlocked doors and the feeling of the kind of chill one doesn't come with winter, but the chill now of the insecurity people are suffering from. This growing sense has changed the way our North is. This motion is merely a collection of whereases, but to be honest, they're a collection of we must do's. Because people are demanding to feel like we're taking part and taking ownership of our challenges. We must be all collectively a part of a solution, but the government must lead. So this is a call to reclaim our neighborhoods in some ways, our communities, our families, to strengthen them. It is to acknowledge the hard truths that Southern gangs have been poisoning their peddled devices and preying on the vulnerabilities of their people. Even the Chief Superintendent of the RCMP 2 days ago pointed out that 40% of these types of criminals are Southern-based. And if I remember correctly, I think he said 19% of them come back, so they don't give up. They keep coming back north. It's not, there's an old adage, take the customer away and the seller will go. Unfortunately, addictions doesn't work that easy. I mean, I'd be fooled to pretend it was that simple. So we have to recognize this problem. We are now in a 21st century, but we're dealing with this in the 20th century silos. Mr. Speaker, we've seen the Department of Justice do its part. We know Health and Social Services trying to do their part, but the cracks between these silos are huge, and people are falling through them. When a young man in a small community loses his way, it isn't just a justice issue. It could be simply a housing issue of where it started. It may even be an education issue. It's an issue of whether a warm meal or a mentor to tell this person that they mattered. That could have been the issue. This motion is calling for a whole of government response, not just passing the buck. No more, that's not my department. We need one strategy, one budget, one goal, Mr. Speaker. The safety of our people matter. And that's the message this motion sends, and hopefully that's the motion that they'll build upon, and that's the message we'll see action on. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about our youth. Every time a young person is recruited into a gang, it is a failure of our collective imagination, I'd say. We must out-recruit the recruiters. That is all our problem here. In other words, we're all part of that solution. We can pretend we're not, and we can point the fingers again. It's someone else's problem. But everyone in this room is responsible in some way to help guide these folks right back into the normal path for a greater community. We must all offer a collective vision that the future is brighter than the false promises of the streets. That could mean, should mean, and I hope it means, things like better after-school programs that aren't just daycares, but they're also arenas and mentorships. It means land-based healing and reconnecting our children, our young people, to the strengths of who they are, their culture, because that is a sense of pride we must continue to instill people. Culture is something that could never be wasted. We must share it, and we all benefit from it. Even if it's not our culture, there's such lessons of embracing it that we will all gain greater strength within ourselves, including understanding. Because we know when children go astray, and there are challenges, but we must not let them go. We also need to be clear-eyed about enforcement. Let us not be fooled. That is still a rule. We need community policing where the officer isn't a stranger, but they are our neighbor. We must make them part of the community. And yes, even Ottawa has a role. Our government has a role to speak truth to power. Have our government make sure that we articulate that the bail system must reflect the realities of small town life. In a community of 500, a no contact order is a hollow promise. It just doesn't work. Even in Yellowknife, a no contact order, a city of 20,000 people, is challenging. Safety must be a priority. We cannot continue to put people at risk just to keep the paperwork moving along. And for those struggling with the grips of addiction, the wait is over. We must do something. That's got to be the message. We cannot keep sending our people south to heal in a world they don't recognize, a world they may not want to be in, one they don't feel safe or familiar in. We need an in-territory treatment center and facilities. We need a recovery aftercare program that happens to be either on the land, in their community, but around their family and part of the community in a meaningful way. Now let us be real. People will fail. And the lessons of stumbling and sometimes falling may be frustrating. But the lessons to be learned there is to be relentless and not give up. Even the witnesses, families, and friends to these challenges, we must not give up. So we have to recognize these lessons, that they will be challenging, and we must be resilient in ourselves to help support them gain the strength so they can stand on their own. And let us never forget, healing is not just a medical process. Healing is a journey, and you cannot do it alone. Even more reason, Mr. Speaker, why I say we need an in-territory process that digs deep and connects even deeper. Finally, the strategy will not be a document that gathers dust. That's how I envision it, Mr. Speaker. I would like to see it costed, time-bound, and measured, because the people of the Northwest Territories do not need rhetoric. They need results. They need to see them, but they also need to feel them. They need to know that their tax dollars are working hard as they do. So as I work hard, you work hard, our community works hard, we know we're investing properly into a system that supports our people. We must continue to maintain that critical humanity. That's what we do here. We have to support people, because I question why we're here if we're not. That is an important role. These challenges we face are not easy, but we must do them because they're hard, and someone must rise to the challenge. We must not be afraid to rise to that challenge, and at times it will feel impossible, Mr. Speaker. But I'm reminded of the words of those who came before us, those who built this territory out of hope and hard work. They didn't shrink from the challenges of their time, and I say, let us not shrink to the challenges of ours. Let us choose hope over fear. Let us choose action over apathy. Let us pass this motion and begin the work of building a new North, a stronger North, a healthier North, a North that we can all feel proud that it's our home. Mr. Speaker, at the time I'll be requesting a recorded vote so I don't forget. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. To the motion, member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to stand in support of this motion as a seconder. and I want to commend the mover for crafting a very comprehensive motion for consideration that is detailed, and it kind of hits every point that I think we've heard from the community on what we need to do to address these public safety concerns. And I think unfortunately, far too often, this issue of crime and public safety becomes a binary choice. You're either for the cops, or you're against the cops, or you understand root causes, or you only care about surface causes. And I think there's a poverty related to that, because it's of course more complicated than that. And this motion addresses that. We can't be successful unless we address the shortfalls in housing, the shortfalls in addictions treatment, the shortfalls in mental health support, and support for intergenerational trauma, and the toxic legacy of residential schools, the 60s scoop, and all the other injustices that have been committed against Indigenous people in the Northwest Territories. But likewise, we can't be successful at combating southern-based drug gangs that represent 40% of all drug crimes that the RCMP charged and convicted last year. Those are the most recent stats. We can't be successful in that with social programs. A social program is not going to make... The RCMP, and for context, when I was a kid here, I couldn't even conceptualize someone with a violent crime committed with a handgun, or someone even having a handgun in the community. That was something that happened down south. And even the superintendent of the RCMP at our town hall 2 days ago, the member for Yellowknife Centre and I, he talked about when he started as a police officer up here, he was surprised to see one handgun. If one emerged once a year, you might find a handgun. Now, the RCMP are confiscating between 30 to 40 handguns every year. A social program isn't going to take guns off the street. We need police for that. But we cannot use the police to solve our social programs. It doesn't work that way. And the people who are saying that are the RCMP. And this Assembly has committed a lot of resources towards supporting the work of policing. We have 3 new, very important pieces of legislation that are going to make a difference. We have invested millions of dollars in new policing tools that are making a difference. That's why we see bricks of cocaine confiscated at the border in Hay River, or in Inuvik, or in Yellowknife. And they're seizing the handguns. They're getting the guns off the street. And we're keeping our officers safe while we're doing it with the new resources they need. And the superintendent also said that years ago he couldn't imagine that kind of support coming from the territorial government. And he was very relieved that this Assembly cares about the safety of officers and the safety of communities. But where we are falling short is on the pernicious issue of addictions in our communities. And that is what we're hearing. Every time, member for Yellowknife Centre and I have these town halls, that is the #1 issue that comes up. It is the drug crime, the drug gangs, the addictions. And outside of Yellowknife, we hear it from our colleagues from smaller communities that it is the drugs that are killing people in their communities, and it is the drugs that are bringing crime into the communities. And unfortunately, drug problems exist because there is a demand for those substances, because people are hurting. And it's true, a recovery journey is not an easy thing to do. It requires comprehensive supports. But if we start to invest in a strategy that addresses that, from the root causes all the way to the symptoms, then we can start to see progress. And right now we're doing a bit more at the top to support those policing resources. But we still have to align our efforts with those underlying conditions. And the comments, people are so frustrated. The answers of why we can't do things aren't satisfying them. We heard from the meeting, fortify, and I've seen it online as well, we need to fortify our border against drugs. There's only one highway. Why can't we shut it down? Territory is going down because of drugs. Taxi drivers are selling crack. Crack is not medicine. Small community people are killing each other, burning houses down. We're killing one another. I lost my child from drugs. What am I going to do? Bring my daughter back in a body bag? Mr. Speaker, these are in their own words, comments we hear when we have very emotional town halls where people speak their truth. And those comments, most of those comments, come from Indigenous people who are seeing this, living this experience, either as former addicts or people who live close to these addictions and experience them on a direct and personal level. These are not, suburban Yellowknifers who stay far away from downtown and have a lot of personal income, all that kind of stuff. The perception, perhaps, that you get from southern Canada of gated communities, hiring private security companies, and saying, lock people up, send them away forever. That's not what's happening here. Our RCMP G Division, it represents a quarter of total community engagement in Canada. So of all the policing engagement with communities in our country, the NWT does a quarter of that work. That's pretty commendable for the police services to be reaching out to the communities they serve and having those dialogues. And again, we heard the commander say to a group of our community, we are not the solution to these problems. We are here when the solutions are, when we need to be, when they reach that crisis point. So if, again, we are to be successful, we've supported these tools, we're seeing the police are making progress on fighting violent drug gangs from the South. But if we're going to address those addictions, then we need solutions for those addictions. We need to talk to young people and make sure they have a meaningful future that they can see themselves in. And the future is scary for a lot of people. The world is changing at a phenomenal rate. And as economic opportunities dry up, the despair leads people to find ways to dull that pain and that despair. And that can lead to a cycle of criminal behavior, of violence, and ultimately can destroy families, destroy communities, and destroy lives. We want that to stop. So I think the member for Yellowknife Centre has crafted something that is important, it is effective, and strikes at all aspects of this continuum. And I hope we can start to have this discussion as more than just that southern perspective of, are you for the police or are you for the criminals? Are you anti-police? Do you not believe in institutional racism? Those dialogues, you'd be foolish not to recognize those. It's just a different reality here. And I always point this out when I speak to people who are very critical of any kind of support for the police, for more policing resources, that the push for this isn't coming from Yellowknife. The push for this is coming from the representatives of our smallest communities, Indigenous voices who are calling for more resources in their community, who are calling for RCMP police resources that have never been there because they're needed. And that speaks to a problem that those supports we need to give to the foundational issues just aren't working. They need to be redoubled. We need to build more houses. We need to have actual treatment programs here in the north. It's easy to go down and get treatment, but when you come back, it's a lot harder to stay out of the same kind of patterns of behavior that got you into the problem in the first place. This motion addresses that. I know these motions these are non-binding motions, but it speaks for what we could achieve if we actually treated this seriously and built a costed plan to address this. And at this point in this government, this isn't going to be a plan for this assembly, but it could be a plan for the future of the Northwest Territories. It could be a plan that's staged over a decade, to align with all of the work that's going to come, the billions of dollars of investment for the federal government that are also going to bring problems with them if we're not careful. We see that in major developments, like Fort McMurray and the oil sands, how many drugs and illegal drugs came into those environments because people have easy money and great opportunities, and it's easy to get distracted. So we need to make sure that our communities don't become victims of our success and give them the support they need to be successful with this incredible economic opportunity that's coming. So I hope we take this opportunity to build something better, to build something that is holistic across the board, that addresses everything from the need to curb violence at the top to the need to treat addictions and homelessness at the bottom. And by building a plan that addresses the full continuum, we'll start to find ways to actually curb these problems and see real improvements. Because no matter what the statistics say, and the police have their own statistics, The government has their own statistics, but how people feel is just as important. And people don't feel like their community is the same community they grew up in. And if we're going to change that feeling, we need to do more and give confidence that our leadership is moving the territory into a safer, healthier place. So I encourage all of my colleagues to support this motion so we can start taking action on the most serious impact, the most serious problems that we're facing, which is, again, this crisis of addictions, this crisis of organized crime, and the damage it does in our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Range Lake. To the motion, member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am against crime. It's a bold position to take, I know. I have indeed supported the additional investments that this Assembly has made into the RCMP through the creation of a new Territorial Crime Reduction Unit. The problem is that I don't believe it's helping to continue talking in broad sweeping terms about crime in general without defining the problems we're trying to tackle, with only vague ideas about who the bad guys are or appear to be and how to get them out of here. I think if we're actually going to improve anything, we have to think carefully about the priority problems we're trying to solve. So in this Assembly, we've certainly talked a lot about crime and public safety, but we have dug very little into actual analysis or tried to find evidence, including statistics, as to, for example, what are the rates of particular types of crime? What are the patterns in particular communities? Who exactly is participating in these criminal networks? How is it organized? Who makes the most money off of this crime? How does the economy of it work? Meaning, who's making money? How is the money flowing? Who are the most vulnerable participants in the crime? Who are the most common victims? I don't have answers to any of those questions right now. This motion I see as a mishmash of different assumptions, sometimes contradictory. It begins talking about the need to focus on violent crime and southern gangs. This implies a theory that the criminals in this territory are mostly foreigners from down south, gangsters, bringing their guns, I assume. I assume there's a desire to focus on illegal drugs, and certainly we've heard from the mover and seconder that that is intended to be the focus, but oddly, it's not even mentioned in the motion, although there is mention of addictions treatment. But the stat was cited that 40% of those being charged with drug trafficking are from down south, but I would flip that around and say, but 60% of those being charged are NWT residents. So I'm not sure how we could create an entire strategy around an assumption that most drug traffickers are from the outside or from down south. The motion talks about bail reform, implying that one main solution is to keep offenders locked up. But we haven't really come to terms with what we should do when it's our own people, when it's longtime members of our communities that are committing drug crimes, that are participating in the trafficking in some way. What do we do when it's family members? You can send individuals to residential addictions treatment. We know that that is not a panacea, as healing can be a lifelong process. But I think it's worth pointing out that not all traffickers are even addicted to the substances that they're dealing. It's primarily an economic activity. It's a livelihood for some, including some people in our communities. So how do we address that? How do we deal with that? How do you heal a community that is torn apart by these kinds of economic activities? The motion also puts a fair amount of focus on youth and how we should be trying to keep them busy with more programming. Now, certainly we need to support our youth and help them find meaningful, productive lives. But the motion is implying that youth are the troublemakers, when we know, according to the RCMP, that 89% of drug offenders in the territory are adults. I'm also not sure that it helps to frame the problem of youth through the lens of seeing them as troublemakers. That we're doing these after-school programs and mentorship programs and on-the-land programs because we believe that they're troublemakers or criminals in the making. I don't think that's actually a helpful starting point to truly support our youth. The motion also focuses on increasing supports around private security and municipal bylaw enforcement. Now, I do certainly support the need to regulate the private security industry, but I'm not clear what that has to do with stopping violent crime or gangs. Dealing with drug trafficking kingpins is different from dealing with loitering, trespassing, people, homeless or not, who are under the influence of drugs or alcohol in public, that are acting aggressively, or who are destroying and defacing the hallways of housing units. Different strategies and approaches need to be taken than when we're talking about how to reduce violent crime and, for example, drug trafficking. I also want to point out that when we talk about crime and public safety in these big sweeping terms, we tend to make certain types of crime invisible. Nowhere in this motion does it mention the extremely high rates of family violence in this territory, including intimate partner violence. Nowhere does it mention sexual assault or sex trafficking. Nowhere does it mention fraud or financial crimes. It also doesn't mention organized crime or organized crime networks. This motion is a sprinkling of different actions, many of which I do agree with on their own, but I don't think that mashing them all together haphazardly into one crime reduction strategy is actually going to make any meaningful difference to reduce crime, violent or otherwise. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. To the motion, member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I truly appreciated all of the commentary that came from the Mover and Seconders Town Hall. Specifically, the comments that NWT RCMP Chief Superintendent Dyson Smith shared with those present, including Cabin Radio, and I want to take most of my time speaking to this motion to share some of the Chief Superintendent's comments from an article that was published earlier today because I believe they are important. Smith said that the RCMP often interact with people who didn't get the help they needed somewhere along the way, like mental health or addiction supports. If there was an investment into a lot of these other programs, I would be the first one to say take away some of the policing positions, said Smith. He said what police operations are successful at doing, even if they don't result in charges, is disrupting activities and discouraging further drug trafficking. Smith said RCMP officers join municipal enforcement officers in the GNWT when they visit encampments. He said that the RCMP is sharing data with its partners on the number of calls for service that it receives related to encampments and to help determine when an RCMP response is actually needed. Quote, "It's not a crime to be homeless and it's not a crime to have addictions. It's not a crime to be mentally ill," end quote, said Smith. Smith also explained RCMP priorities in the NWT, which are set by the GNWT, and offered some statistics from policing efforts in Yellowknife. Quote, "It shouldn't be a secret what we do, and it shouldn't be a surprise what we do," he said. Smith said the NWT RCMP has 4 priorities to direct their policing efforts: targeted enforcement to reduce illegal drugs and alcohol, to build strong relationships with Indigenous communities and residents, to provide policing services that reflect recognition and efforts to reduce harm to Indigenous women and girls, and to increase community knowledge and understanding of police roles and responsibilities. Smith said that the RCMP are halfway through the 3-year term for this set of priorities. The RCMP have increased policing related to drug trafficking in the last few years, said Smith, including the creation of a territorial crime reduction unit, which has been very active across the NWT. Smith said there is a perception in the territory that youth are being recruited to traffic drugs, which he said is actually not the case. He said 89% of drug offenders in the territory are adults and only 11% are youth. Smith said that the increased policing of illegal drugs has already seen success, like what the RCMP said was the largest seizure of cocaine in the territory in October. The increase in drug policing is in part thanks to investments from the GNWT, Smith said. He said the RCMP will again receive $200,000 in territorial funding for recruitment. The salaries of members on the Territorial Crime Reduction Unit are also paid by the GNWT, he said. Generally, the NWT government is responsible for 70% of the costs of RCMP operations in the territory, while the federal government covers the remaining 30%. The GNWT's latest budget earmarks $66.77 million in spending for policing in 2026-2027. The RCMP have recently started tracking officers' effort at community engagement, and Smith said the NWT makes up for 26% of RCMP engagement nationwide. Speaking to policing in Yellowknife specifically, Smith said the number of calls for service has not changed much from 2024, 2025 to 2026, but alcohol and drug complaints in the downtown core went down 10% in that same period, from 4,126 to 3,614. Smith said police are now doing 60 patrols in Yellowknife's downtown core a day, or about 4 every hour. While there has been a slight increase in the number of criminal charges, Smith said that that doesn't necessarily mean crime has gone up. In 2024-2025, police laid 299 criminal charges in Yellowknife, and in 2025-2026, the police laid 352 charges. He attributes the increase to better luck with investigations. Mr. Speaker, like my colleague from Yellowknife North, I find this motion disjointed and confusing. The commentary provided by the mover and seconder are also a bit all over the map. Much of what they said I don't really necessarily disagree with, and especially as it comes down to addictions treatment gaps. But that was only one clause within the motion. When I hear from my constituents who provide commentary on the narrative of what is going on and what the discussion is coming out of these town halls, it's often confusion and frustration. I also want to thank the member for Yellowknife North for pointing out a few points that I agree with. For instance, no standing committee has conducted thoughtful oversight into the positives and negatives of our current approach, the GNWT's current approach, or analyzed evidence beyond anecdotes. The people of the NWT do deserve meaningful action and not rhetoric. The tactic of doing something just for the sake of doing something without measured, evidence-based actions that are demonstrably identified as a need by the RCMP, which has a continual conversation between both themselves and the Minister of Justice, is not something that I think I can support. If the motion spoke to building on and improving these priorities, I would be in support. I don't think from starting from zero and expect the government to start from scratch without a firm, evidence-based recommendations is a smart move. As this is not the case, the motion is not something I can support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Great Slave. To the motion. Member from Nunavut-Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I realize, and members have spoke at length on this motion, particularly the mover and the seconder. The motion is not the be-all and end-all, of course. It has clauses that I think are certainly appropriate. I think that the motion has been thought out, and certainly, the motion it came from the 2 public meetings that this member from Yellowknife Centre has had, along with the member from Range Lake. Obviously, it's coming from a place of passion. It's coming from information they've heard. We all know what's happening in the territory around the drug trade. and around crime. The motion, Mr. Speaker, is non-binding, and I appreciate that it may not end up being anything more than another opportunity for members to, to speak on the floor in this House about this very, very important issue. I certainly support any action that aims to reduce crime in our territory, aims to reduce the drug trade in our territory. Therefore, I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, member from New Lake. To the motion, member from the Sut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we already know that the Territories is facing a huge drug addictions problem. It doesn't matter which community you're from. And I've heard stories in the communities that I represent. I've seen things. So I'm totally convinced that we have a huge problem and it's a crisis. So anything that is going to reflect towards minimizing and addressing that problem, I'm in total support. I would rather advocate and save one life. And if I did, I'm certainly moving in the right direction, whether it's traditional on-land healing. I've never seen executions in my home birth community. I see it. There's prostitution. I've never seen that before. Handguns. It's just beyond a crisis, and we need every ounce of reflection and support from this government to address that. And other evidence, Mr. Speaker. You go catch an airplane, you're encountering canine services. Again, I've never seen that. And I would rather make every ounce of effort to address that problem because I cannot tolerate losing another life or attending another funeral because of the crisis. If I can make a difference, I'm all for it. So keeping it short, we got a problem and we need all hands on deck, and I'll be supporting this motion, Mussy.
Member from the Satu. To the motion, member from Wolfley.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The establishment of a comprehensive territorial crime reduction strategy, I think it's a good strategy. Yes, there's a lot of issues. There's a lot of stuff that's mentioned in here that the Indigenous government are working on, are trying to deal with the drug trades involving criminal activities in small communities. Even a lot of our, we never really had issues before until the drugs came to small communities. And when you look at it, in our justice system, it is overpopulated it's overpopulated with young Indigenous men in there. And we have most children in care. The Indigenous children are in care. This is really alarming for us. And I know that even just recently, we met with the Department of Justice with our local leaders addressing a lot of these issues. So, before then, it was not an issue, like I said. And the most vulnerable one that I see with criminal activities and drug trades are communities with no policing. I have 2 communities. There's a lot of issues there. They don't have a RCMP detachment there. And this is what the community really want to fight, to fight against these criminal activities involving drug trades. And there's a lot of that in the small community. So with this in mind, I do appreciate my colleague bringing this forward, and it's really greatly needed in small communities. We've seen where a house that cannot sit vacant for a long time. There's always A lot of break and enter that's happening in small communities. And a lot of children are in care, like I said. And there's a lot of prostituting. And all these things we cannot dismiss. It's a serious issue, serious concerns for our community members. And some of these are young girls, young boys. And this is going to have an impact in the long term. It's going to have a traumatic effect on their lives going into their adulthood. We need to stop it. We need to deal with it. We need to do something about it. With that in mind, I will support this motion. Thank you.
Member for Moultrie. To the motion, member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Anything to do with fighting crime or fighting against the drug trade, saving lives of our smaller communities and our regional centers and our capital. I'm in favor of making healthier communities, and I think this addresses some of these, or not most of all, the hurt that we're going through within our communities. I've addressed this in my member statement with how it's affecting our whole community. If one person comes into our community and starts to sell drugs to our community members, get our younger population involved as runners, and it hurts everybody. The money doesn't stay in our community. I don't know where the money comes from, but there's all sorts of crime being committed, break and enters and theft. So anything that deals with fighting crime or fighting against the drug trade, then I'm in favor of it, and I will be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To the motion, member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lots has been said about this motion. I'm going to keep my comments brief. Mr. Speaker, I think residents would appreciate and benefit from the government summarizing and assessing their crime reduction actions. It's certainly something that I do hear about from residents. Insofar as I'm interested in seeing that, I'll support the motion, though I do share some of the reservations shared by my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I think the idea to have standing committee, particularly the Standing Committee on Social Development, contribute to that analysis is a great idea, and I would definitely support that. I think if we're concerned about crime in the territory, digging into the analysis of what's going on, understanding the issues better is certainly the best way to get us towards effective solutions to the problems. I would encourage the government to continue engaging with the RCMP and committee to do the same, investigate root causes, increase resources where needed to address those root causes, because that is the ultimate solution to any crime, is just figuring out where it's coming from, what's causing it. I've spoken to that in the media before, I've spoken to it on the floor, reducing poverty, increasing education rates and literacy rates. These are the things that help people come on the path to a productive life. Mr. Speaker, if the government determines a territorial strategy would be beneficial, I would just want it to ensure that it is evidence-based and based on the assessments that were previously recommended. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Frame Lake. To the motion, member from the Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My region has, I've got reports indicating that I had a high crime rate and violent crime rate in the Decho region. So the establishment of a comprehensive territorial crime reduction strategy is something that they're going to look at. They're going to examine things. To prevent, I always talk about prevention, and a lot of things that I bring up, health prevention, crime prevention stuff, initiatives and stuff. So I think, and listening to all my colleagues talk about how how this pertains to their areas, we need something comprehensive. We need something that's gonna move things along. And in my riding, we're dealing with a lot of drug people getting caught with drugs, either in the community or on the highway, and so there's, we're really affected by drugs in our community and violent crime and crime in my communities. So for that reason, I too will be supporting this motion. It's non-binding, so we'll see what happens to it. Thank you.
You member from the date show. To the motion. Member from Mophie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I failed to mention on May 1st, community of Bichico went through a lockdown involving drug trades, and that drug trades had gone wrong involving guns. It was posted on social media. In the school, the children did not go home until 9 that evening. And some of the children, I'm sure, you know, like it was on the media too, where some of the children, there's a young boy that I know and said, is my mommy okay? And that's not right. It's okay. So there is, so I was just saying that, you know, one of the young boy who at an early age was exposed to some form of violence said to the grandpa, is my mommy okay? So these, so I'm really grateful that to my two colleagues for bringing this forward. Thank you.
To the motion, member from Tabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as this motion directs Cabinet, we will be abstaining from the vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Tabacha. To the motion. Question has been called. Does the mover wish to conclude or close debate?
As brief as I can, but I mean, I'm not going to come too hard on this. First off, I want to thank the colleagues. I'll start with the MLA for Range Lake for supporting the motion to get it on the floor, and certainly my community colleagues for their support on the initiative, and of course the Yellowknife colleague. I think it's important to say that this motion wasn't drafted in isolation. I didn't go into a dark room by myself with a pen and crayons and come up with something. I actually used some of advice I got from the RCMP. I also used some advice that we got from our technical expertise in this building. I won't go too far into that detail, but so it was those types of people that provided me the inspiration and wording and how to point stuff out. I do want to highlight a couple areas because the crime the crime severity index has gone up 128% over 2021 to 2024. In just a few years, it spiked up 128%, Mr. Speaker. The stats are well publicized. I'm not going to waste the time of the House by going through them one by one, but I'd say that if folks think that this motion is out of touch or it's a bad motion, I think the fact is that isn't the idea getting these ideas on the floor and try to develop them and create some action. If there was one message in this whole thing that I want to be clear is it's about bringing people together. So many of our resources are by themselves, separated. And for those who are concerned about, well, the youth issue, I'm not blaming the youth. I'm saying they matter so much, I made sure there was an extra line to stress how much they matter. Not just to me, not just to some of my colleagues. I think most of my colleagues see. So that was part of the emphasis of that and why it came that way. For those who've said that they're going to vote against it, I respect the fact that, it's clear you put a lot of time and energy to pick it apart. Okay. If that's what you're here to offer. I am. Thank you. I'm saying it's okay. I'm saying it's okay. But these aren't vague ideas. These are very important details. They're not assumptions. Mr. Speaker, this motion calls for measurable outcomes, actions, etc. And I think it has to start with the government, that all the partners, all the pieces need to come together. And only the government can do that. And once they produce a plan, a draft plan hopefully, they will bring it to the Assembly, to the members, to the committee. Mr. Speaker, it's so important to remind folks that the 40-60 ratio was an observation made by the RCMP, and I appreciate that. But where do you think the 60% is getting the drugs from? The 40% that are bringing it here? Cabin radio, I'm sorry, respectfully, ain't the end-all and be-all of facts. I can tell you that. So if people are using their position just from a radio or a news thing, I mean, it's important. They are facts, but they're not the only facts. I can tell you the member for Range Lake and I have spent hours talking to people well in advance of this meeting. Our staff who work with us together have talked to people. I know talking to my colleagues, they talk to people. And then we stay after these sessions to talk to people about the impacts of these issues on their lives. So this wasn't just we ran in there for 15 seconds for a Photoshop picture in the middle of it and then get out of there and say, oh, crime matters, we're fighting this. No, we've spent hours to this. So, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want people to get any impression that someone who may not like the motion doesn't think we didn't spend time thinking about it. We spent a lot of time getting to where we are today. And I agree, we could spend more time. If we were to do a comprehensive motion for all the, what we'll call it, warts and all situation, we would have spent days and weeks and months writing a motion. And guess what? That is the truth of doing nothing. It's better to get something on the table and work with it than to sit here and do nothing. I think maybe that was what even the chief superintendent said. It would better to be, swing and a miss than not to swing at all when he said trying to fight crime, and sometimes it doesn't work out. Well, that's the same with a motion. It's better to get something on the table and do something. Even if it doesn't work out, we need to push on this file. Mr. Speaker, I want to sum up by saying the constituents in my community, MLA, or the Mackenzie Delta community, the Toledo community, the Inuvik community, the Sawtooth communities, the Decho communities, Yellowknife community. I mean, I go all around and I don't hear anybody say things are better. I will say, and I wasn't there to challenge him because I did not want to challenge his chief superintendent. Oh, well, he's titled, not named. I didn't want to challenge his role. He's right. Things may not appear, to worse, but the problem is they're stabilized at the highest crime rates. So, when I've researched the stats, the Northwest Territories is very bad when it comes to criminal stats. So what he's getting at is things might be bad. Well, when I call bad normal, or view it as normal, well, yeah, I guess maybe that's a perspective he has too. That we've got the worst stats in the North Canada on crime. Oh, well, things are stable at the worst levels. So you have to look at it. In other words, you have to look at how do you look at stats, how do you perceive them, what message you send on that. So ultimately, Mr. Speaker, finishing with this, all it's asking for is finding ways to come together, come up with a strategy, work together, have it measured, have it cost, and make sure we report it. And I think if someone wants to find fault in that, well, okay. But I'd rather be blamed for doing something and standing for something than not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. The member from Yellowknife Centre is asked for a recorded vote. All those in favor, please stand.
The member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Montfouille, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Mackenzie Delta, the member for Decho, the member for Sawtooth.
Those opposed, please stand.
The member for Great Slave, the member for Yellowknife North.
Those abstaining, please stand.
The member for Thabacha, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nunavut.
All those in favor, 8, opposed 2, abstentions 7. Motion is carried. Motions. Notice of motions, first reading of bills. Minister responsible for WSCC.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Friday, May 29, 2026, I will present Bill 48, an act to amend the Workers' Compensation Act Number 2, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister responsible for WSCC. Notice of motions, first reading of bills. Notice of motions, first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters with the member from the Satu and the chair.
Members, we will now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wishes of the committee? Member from Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move the chair rise to report progress.
Thank you. Members, there is a motion on the floor. Those all in favor? It's non-debatable. I see none. And the motion is carried, and I will now report progress.
Member from the Satu.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering Bill number 3, table documents 445-20 brackets 1, table document 453-20 brackets 1, and would like to report progress. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Mussey.
Member from the Satu. Can I have a seconder, please? Member from the Deitcho. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion carried. Reports on Committee of the Whole, reports on Committee of the Whole. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Orders of the day, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Standing Committee on Government Operations will meet at the Rise of House. Orders of the day for Thursday, May 28th, 2026, 1:30 p.m. Prayer reflection, minister statements, member statements, recognition of visitors in the gallery, notices of motion, motions, returns to oral questions, acknowledgements, oral questions, written questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, Bill 3-20(1), table document 445-20(1), table document 483-20(1), report of committee of the whole, third readings of bills, orders of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Thursday, May 28, 2026 at 1:30 p.m.